Mic test, mic. Wanapata?
afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate. This being the first day of October 2020. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. This broadcast is available on KBC Channel 1, Senate TV, as well as YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel. In a couple of moments, the business of the Senate will get underway. But before that, we'll take a look at the order of business. The Committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya, through a motion, will be seeking an extension of the mandate of the committee. That aware that as it is sitting, that at its sitting held on Tuesday 31st March 2020, the Senate by resolution established an ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation with the mandate to oversight actions and measures taken by the national and county governments in addressing the spread and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya. Appreciating that the mandate of the Select Committee is due to lapse on Wednesday 30th September 2020. Acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in the execution of its mandate and has regularly tabled in the Senate progress reports on its work. Aware that the committee directed the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the report thereon, once received, will require to be considered by the committee. Noting that the COVID-19 situation in the country continues to evolve, now therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya for a further period not exceeding 30 days of this resolution to enable the committee continue to monitor and oversight the evolving COVID-19 situation in the country and to table its final report in the Senate. Now, I will hand you over for the live proceeding of the Senate on this first day of October. Good afternoon.
Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to the leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Orjit Senator Manzayo.
Bwana Spika, ni heshima gani ya msomi kama Seneta Daktari Lagat, Seneta wa Bomet, kukosa utonzi wa heshima katika Senate, hususan kama wewe umeketi kwa kiti na umeingia na yeye anaingia katika ule mstari ambao anatakana azame shingo yake kuonyesha heshima ya Senate na heshima ya wewe umeketi hapo, anapita tu kiholela namna kama ambaye anaenda marikiti. Ni heshima gani hii? Bwana Spika, tunataka utoe uamuzi sahihi kuhusikana na huyu Daktari Lagat.
Senator Mazayo, you are in order, and Senator Langat was out of order, and he should follow the procedures when entering the chamber.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable Senators, petition to the Senate concerning the boundary question between Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga counties around Maseno. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by the Nation Ogana, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of the petitioners and residents of the Banyore community of Vihiga, Siaya, and Kisumu counties. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in the said petition are: 1, that Kisumu, Vihiga, and Siaya county boundaries dispute has persisted for the longest time since boundaries were delimited as on 28 February 1963. Honorable Senators, hope I'm audible now. Honorable Senators, and let me go back to read the petition. This is the petition to the Senate concerning the boundary question between Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga counties around Maseno. Honorable Senators, I hereby report to the Senate that a petition has been submitted through the clerk by Mr. Nation Ogana, a citizen of the Republic of Kenya, on behalf of petitioners and residents of Banyore community, Vihiga, Siaya, and Kisumu counties. As you are aware, under Article 119(1) of the Constitution, and I quote, every person has a right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority, including enacting, amending, or repealing any legislation. Senator Dulo. Honorable Senators, the silent issues raised in the said petition are: 1, that Kisumu, Vihiga, and Siaya county boundary dispute has persisted for the longest time since boundaries were delimited on 28 February 1963. 2, the delimitation not only assured that communities were divided between the 3 counties, but resources allocation was skewed against minorities. 3, that the community constantly sought redress through legal means and submission of requests to Parliament, but no lasting solution has been found. Four, that the community has sought intervention from the Truth, Justice, and Reconciliation Commission and the National Land Commission, but no avail. 5, that due to the alleged delimitation, the community suffers and is unable to access services due to lack of proper resources distribution and loss of culture. 6, that as a result of the problem, there exists animosity between communities living in the area, and therefore a review of the administrative boundaries be undertaken as a matter of urgency. And 7, none of the issues raised in the petition are pending before any court of law or constitutional bodies. The petitioners therefore pray that the Senate, 1, investigate into the matter and make appropriate recommendations with a view to A, conduct a comprehensive evaluation of the Kisumu, Siaya, Vihiga boundaries considering the historical administration, demarcation, and boundary review since independence and the popular view of the community around the disputed boundary. B, provide a lasting solution to the Banyore community whose clans have been divided between Kisumu, Siaya, and Vihiga counties by ensuring that they are within an administrative unit of Vihiga County to correct this historical injustice and ensure that the Banyore administration in Kisumu and Siaya counties are brought back into one administrative unit, Vihiga County. 5, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 231, I shall now allow comments, observation, or clarifications in relation to the petition for not more than 30 minutes. Senator Haniri George, Vihiga County.
Mr. Speaker, let me begin by thanking you for the opportunity to make my comments on this very important petition. And as I do that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Mr. Nelson Ogana and his team. I want to hail them very highly for bringing this petition to this House. Mr. Speaker, this is an issue that I have personally brought to the floor of this House not once, not twice, but 3 times. 2 times in a form of statements and once as a petition. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very sensitive issue, and we could be sitting on a time bomb. Mr. Speaker, when I brought this issue to the Senate, it was the advisory of the Senate then that there is nothing we can do until we operationalize Article 188 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 188 is very clear, and it states that the boundaries of a county may be altered only by a resolution recommended by independent commission set up for that purpose by Parliament. Mr. Speaker, after the Constitution 2010, IEBC has no jurisdiction over county boundaries. They can only alter constituency and ward boundaries, but they have no jurisdiction when it comes to county boundaries. So it is until this Parliament operationalizes Article 188 that these matters will be resolved. Mr. Speaker, this Senate tried through a bill that was sponsored by my good friend, Senator Mutula Kilonzo, Jr. And Mr. Speaker, we were told that that was a money bill and it cannot originate from Senate. It has to originate from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it is gathering dust at our neighbors around the corner. Mr. Speaker, what I want to say is that I've looked at the prayers of the petitioners. I sympathize with them. I stand with them. I will stand with them to the end. But their prayers cannot be resolved by this House. until we pass that we operationalize that particular article in our Constitution 2010. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, want to urge that because I was told a committee has been formed to look at the bills that have controversies between the two houses, I want to urge that this one be given priority, because my people are suffering. And it is not just in Maseno. We have issues even at Kiboswa, where we think also injustice was met onto our people. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, want to support this particular petition in the strongest terms, and also urge the chairman for the Security Committee, Senator Yusuf Haji, who was given the responsibility by the Speaker to summon the governor for Kisumu to come to this House and answer to some of the issues I raised in the last statement that I raised, Mr. Speaker. I support the statement, the petition.
Senator George Oshula Yako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this petition or petition similar to this has been visiting this House time and again. And I want to fully associate myself with the sentiments of my brother and colleague, George Haniri. The National Assembly has stalled a bill that would unlock such disputes. The National Assembly reckons that the bill that was brought by Senator Mtula Kilonzo Jr. is a money bill. Whether it's a money bill or not, boundary disputes are very emotive issues. Mr. Speaker, depending on what side of the boundary you are, you could be disenfranchised. You may want to run for office wherever you are, pursuant to Article 38 of the Constitution, but because Kenyans vote along clan and tribal lines, you are disenfranchised. You cannot exercise your right under Article 38 because you will be defeated by 8 o'clock in the morning. So, Mr. Speaker, we as a parliament must be offering solutions to Kenyans, and if solution or if a potential solution is grounded on implementation of Article 188 and it is being stalled by the sister house, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge yourself and members of this House to engage the National Assembly to ensure that such an important bill would not be unlocked. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that similar disputes exist in many places. In Migori County, we have disputes with Narok County, where part of the region in Kuria East regarding land is being disputed. And we are waiting for this kind of legislation in order to solve this kind of dispute. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the petitioner. I support every person who is concerned about resolution of boundary disputes insofar as they are county boundary disputes, so that we can, as a House and as Parliament, create a framework through which resolutions of boundary disputes can be done peacefully, legally, and in a manner that promotes the dignity of Kenya as a diverse nation, where people do not resort to violence, do not resort to bloodshed, or do not feel oppressed because we cannot resolve boundary disputes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, if my memory serves me right, I think this is the second petition this month dealing with boundaries between counties. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, and a matter that this House attempted to resolve or provide a blueprint for a resolution of disputes arising from county boundaries. Speaker, what is a bit difficult to understand is the point at which a declaration is made that a bill has not properly originated from the house where it is supposed to originate. Because the Speaker, the bill to give effect to Article 188 of the Constitution, as sponsored and moved by Senator Makueni, went through all the motions, the entire process of the Senate, it was passed, only to get to the National Assembly and a declaration is made that this is a money bill and so it cannot proceed. Mr. Speaker, we are dealing with a time bomb. County boundaries are not small issues. My own county, Kitui, we have a dispute with Tana River on a boundary along an area called Okasi. And Mr. Speaker, our people are just queuing on the line, waiting for the law to be put in place so that determinations are made as to where the original beacons for these counties lie. The Speaker, I want to urge your chair and the leadership of the Senate, led by the majority leader who is here, to have a serious and candid conversation with the leadership of the National Assembly to unlock some of these issues so that we can give effect to Article 188 of the Constitution of Kenya and resolve the so many county boundaries in this country. If the reason why that bill cannot pass is simply because it's a money bill, then they can adopt it. They can adopt the bill. They can do whatever it is they want to do with the bill. But let's have a law that ensures that we resolve the disputes that exist and continue to threaten the peace and order in this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Jonas Maruma.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to support the petition by the petitioner on county boundaries. Mr. Speaker, judging from the number of statements and petitions that have come to this House on boundary issues, it means that it's a very important issue that is very close to our people's hearts. And I think, Mr. Speaker, there is need to move with haste to solve these boundary issues that are very many in our county. There is need, Mr. Speaker, to correct the boundaries. I'm saying to correct because if there are boundary issues, it means that there were previous boundaries that existed, which then, because of various laws that were passed in this parliament, changed the boundaries. I think what we need to do as parliament, we need to work very hard to change the boundaries and then also do work in pacifying the communities between areas that have boundary issues. It is, Mr. Speaker, a dereliction of duty on our part as Parliament because the duty of correcting boundaries is domiciled in Parliament. And as Senator Wambua has said, it is ridiculous that as Parliament we cannot pass a law to give effect or to operationalize Article 188, which talks about correcting boundaries. Time and again, I've raised an issue of boundaries in my county, where, Mr. Speaker, you would find that there are schools that are funded by CDF from my county, but they exist in other counties. I think, Mr. Speaker, I would support this petition, and I know the relevant ministries and national government departments would take this issue very seriously, and especially the National Assembly, which is required to pass the County Boundaries Bill, which then gives effect to Article 188. If they feel that it is a money bill, then they should take upon themselves to originate another bill which would give effect to Article 188. But as it is now, we are in a limbo. We can't move because of that bill or because of that contest of money bill or bills that concern counties. Mr. Speaker, I do support. Thank you.
Senator Christopher Langat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this particular chance to support this particular petition. It is a very important petition, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say issues to do with land, boundaries, and so forth are very emotive, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that the public still hold this house with a lot of confidence. That is why we are seeing very important petitions coming to this particular house. But I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, that the trend at which we are not responding effectively to this particular petition might not augur well with our petitioners. And that is why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, apart from also talking about the National Assembly effecting this particular bill in Section 188 of the Constitution, there was also a time here, Mr. Speaker, that we had suggested that we should have an implementation committee. So it is also my suggestion that the leadership of this particular house may consider speeding the process of coming up with an implementation committee so that it might help this particular house to sustain the confidence that the public have on us, Mr. Speaker. These particular issues will come in form of petition into this house, but how we can sustain them is how we sort them out here. So it is a very important thing that we look for ways and means through which we can see to it that all the issues come to this particular house that we've discussed in our committees, recommendations and resolutions are followed up to the effective level so that we retain the confidence of the public. So my also suggestion, Mr. Speaker, is that we follow up with the implementation committee that we had suggested to make sure that we have it in place so that it can follow up most of the issues that are stagnating in the processes of implementation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gertrude Musurove.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to support this petition. And Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the petitioners for bringing this issue to the floor of the House. And it is actually their right to petition so that we can come up with a way forward on ways of resolving the petition. Honorable Speaker, we really have to be seen as a generation that is actually solving land disputes and conflicts all over in this country. And Honorable Speaker, historical injustices of land disputes need to be resolved, and not only resolved partially, but need to be resolved completely. Senator Haniri has brought this issue severally on the floor of this House, and I cannot fail to comment, Honorable Speaker, because my grandfather, great-grandfather, all hailed from Vihiga. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that when I look at the petitioners, the 17 of them, in fact, all of them are Banyores, and they are looking for someone to really help them get their sense of identity, because they are indeed saying yes, the neighbor Kisumu and the neighbor Siaya and so on, but they have a sense of belonging, which, Honorable Speaker, this House should ensure that it is resolved and resolved amicably. Honorable Speaker, this petition will actually, resolving this petition will actually resolve a long-term issue, and when it comes to even residents of the 3 counties, they intermarry, they are friends, their children have really brought them together, and so there's need to resolve this conflict so that they continue interacting amicably. Honorable Speaker, it is very clear that the Luos and the Luyas have many things in common in terms of social economic activities, even when it comes to trade, even when when it comes to intermarrying, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to ancestral issues, when it comes to clan issues, there's no need of compromising, Honorable Speaker. The Vihiga, the residents of Banyore should actually be taken back to Vihiga where they belong, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, even other conflict areas that have been brought on the floor of this House, they need to be resolved amicably, impartially, in a way in which you can be one Kenya, one nation, Honorable Speaker, because this is our country and we have nowhere to go to, but we need to interact. We need each other, Honorable Speaker. So I want to suggest that the committee where this petition will go to will expedite and ensure that they do justice to this petition so that Senator Hanili will not keep coming here, day in, day out, asking for justice for the people of Banyore to be brought to Vihiga. I support this petition, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity.
Senator Imana Ikal.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the chance to contribute to this particular motion. I want to say at the beginning that I support. I support because this is an issue, as you've seen, Mr. Speaker, that is common throughout the country. Many counties are squabbling, are conflicting over boundaries within Kenya itself. So this is a very important emotion. It's also emotive in that when you say you're changing boundaries, like Honorable Musuruve says, the people from whom you take the land assume that you are taking it from them to give it to somebody else. They wouldn't like that. I know that the colonials are the ones who put us in that mess. They created these boundaries without thinking about the people that they were splitting in twos or in threes, and now these people are claiming for their identity, like the Banyore people, and there's not much that can be done except to say, this is the boundary and let people live. They're all in Kenya. Now, for a large county like Turkana, this is really an issue that is painfully so bad. So many people are dying because of conflicts on boundaries. If you look at the boundary, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the boundary between Turkana and Samburu, there are conflicts because people believe that this is their land. I've seen Samburu also saying that Marsabit is taken part of it, so there's conflict there. Turkana and Marsabit, there's conflict there. Turkana and West Pokot and Baringo, there's conflict there. That is within Kenya itself. These things should be resolved in such a way that people do not have to fight and die over where the boundary is supposed to be. When you look at international boundaries, recently, Kenya said they were going to eliminate and demarcate the borders between Kenya and Uganda, between Kenya and South Sudan, between Kenya and Ethiopia. That has not happened. As we speak today, people are dying on these boundaries. Today, South Sudanese are camped within Ilemi Triangle, right inside Kenya, and conflict is brewing. They are going to shoot each other because Turkanas feel that these South Sudanese are stepping into what is their natural grazing ground. So there are going to be conflicts here. And when you look at Ethiopia and Kenya, 2 weeks ago, there was an attack from Ethiopians across the border, which they believe is within their own country. They crossed and attacked and killed 4 Kenyans, took away 400 head of cattle. And, you know, these conflicts have been going on forever. I'm going to bring a chronology here of what has happened. So many people have died over these conflicts, and it's time that the government stepped in. Even if the law that we should be enforcing has not been passed, the government should be able to protect its citizens along its borders. I'm not sure why the government is reluctant to step in, especially when it comes to international conflicts. As we speak, the Ethiopians are moving in to claim what we call Kibich, Natodomeri, and these areas. They say these are part of Ethiopia. And our government should be stepping in. The South Sudanese say the border is at Lokchogio, but we know our border is at Nakoda. Again, something that the government should be stepping in, regardless of the fact that we don't have the law that we should enforce to make sure that there are no conflicts along the border. Even if the government were not able to do something about the boundaries within the country itself, they should be able to do something about international boundaries. You just can't let people be dying all the time because of boundaries that should have been resolved a long time ago. The other day, we had a situation where somebody drowned in Mombasa, and we made a big deal of it. We went out there, we tried to find out what happened, and so on and so on. But so many people are dying in Kenya every day along these borders, and nobody's doing anything about it. These are many people, more than COVID-19. COVID-19 just struck the other day, and we are now running all over the place trying to find out how to stop it, but we are not stopping the fights, the conflicts that are going on between our country and our neighbors. So, Mr. Speaker, I support this petition. It's very emotive, it's very painful. Something should be done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. It will not come as a surprise that I'm supporting this petition because I, from a long time ago, 2013, out of a dispute on Konza City, it appeared to me that Article 188 needed to be put into effect. Two, Mr. Speaker, the notion that counties don't have boundaries is not correct. They actually have boundaries. Article 188, Mr. Speaker, says to alter. Any alteration follows the principles under 188. The 188, therefore, Mr. Speaker, confirms the boundaries of counties as the 1992 Act. I say this because we have an issue, for example, with Taita Taveta, and the CEC of Finance just walked into Mutito and said, from tomorrow I'm going to collect taxes. There is no dispute on boundaries. The dispute is alteration. How do you alter a boundary now that it has been established under the schedule? Mr. Speaker, the Senator of Turkana talks about international boundaries. After reading this law, because Article 5 contemplates an act of Parliament to establish our territory as Kenya. Mr. Speaker, and those who live around the boundaries of Kenya, including the Senator of Kwale, we can't establish the boundaries of our international neighbors, yet we don't have boundaries of counties. It's the same way, Mr. Speaker, we have a contradiction that every member here knows their ward. Every member here knows their constituency. But when it comes to county boundaries, there's a dispute as to where your boundary is. Isn't it a contradiction? I sat here when Senator Murkomen, Senator Sang then championed a law that would not give, that would take away our jurisdiction to determine our own wards. It's with the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, although I issued all this memorandum to Senator Yusuf Haji, this is the only jurisdiction other than amendment of the Constitution where you will require a super majority, both houses. Super majority. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, altering the boundaries of a county are as difficult as amending the Constitution itself. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the faster we find an alternative dispute resolution, which I had contemplated, I'm not quite sure which committee this was referred to, Mr. Speaker, an alternative dispute resolution to resolve the questions that Senator Vihiga, and to correct one member who said it's a second petition. Senator Vihiga, George here, Senator George has read 4 petitions so far about county boundaries. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hope that the people we were working with to ensure that we have a good formula, Team Kenya, can wake up one day and speak about the boundaries of counties as an agenda for the country. Because it's important. Wait for the day when Kirinyaga discovers it has something underground. Wait for the day that Isiolo will discover that it has an asset or a mineral. Wait for the day Nakuru is going to discover it has oil. There will be war. And that is what we are trying to resolve. The former Commissioner Engineer Sharewe from IBC gave me the documents that have been used since 1963. Mr. Speaker, you will be surprised. In 1962, we had the Boundaries Commission. It is the same framework of the Boundaries Commission that is in Article 188 that I proposed. It is that commission that is proposed under Article 188 that led the National Assembly to say this is a money bill. And yet it's in the Constitution that there must be an independent commission. Only that we suggested that you can't have an independent commission that waits for disputes. It is only set up when a dispute is confirmed to exist, for example, between Kajiado and Taita, Isiolo and Meru, where so many people have died, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I hope, because I can't see the chairman lands, I would have preferred that if this was handled by the chairperson of the Devolution Committee, Senator Moses Kajwang. This mandate should not lie with the Committee of Lands. It should lie with you. And should lie with you to the extent that we are challenging you to find an arbitration mechanism so that the governor of Kisumu does not go and launch a city when you have a dispute. Because it's a dispute. And since we don't have a framework of determining that dispute, that gap can only be filled by you, Senator Kajwang. And I know you. You're a man of your word, and I know you can do this. And let the legacy of your committee be to find some framework before we find a law to sit down and tell people, you cannot do this. If you have a dispute, if somebody crosses the line, refer it to the Senate Committee of the Devolution. And if we need to amend the standing orders so that we give you that specific mandate of arbitration pending the law, also propose that, because I know Senator Wako has proposed some amendments to the standing orders. And in these standing orders, unlike the other standing orders, I think we can amend them and start effecting them immediately. So, Mr. Speaker, we have so many solutions, but I think we must get to work, because Kenyans are now continuing to lament to us, and we lament back at the obvious delinquency by our neighboring house. Thank you.
Senator Haji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuchangia malalamiko ambayo ameletwa bungeni na Hashon Ogana. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza ningeweza kumuunga mkono na Hashon Ogana na wenzake kwa kuwa na imani kwamba bunge la Senate linaweza kutatua matatizo yao. Mheshimiwa Spika, imani hii imesababishwa na kwamba sisi kama maseneta tunayaangalia matatizo kama haya kwa njia ya haraka na kutoa suluhisho mapema kuliko zile taasisi nyingine ambazo zimewekwa na sheria kuweza kutatua matatizo kama haya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama swala kama hili lingeweza kufikishwa mahakamani, na imani kwamba ingeweza kuchukua zaidi ya miaka 10 ndio uweze kupatikana ufafanuzi. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, ile kamati husika ambayo itapawa jukumu la kuangalia malalamiko haya ingefaa ifanye hivyo kwa haraka ili suluhisho liweze kupatikana kwa muda mfupi iwezekanavyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, mizozo ya mipaka kama hii, kuna sehemu zingine inasababisha upotezaji wa maisha, uharibifu wa mali na wizi wa mifugo na mali nyingine za wananchi wa Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, miaka karibu 60 ya uhuru ambao tumekuwa nayo, bado tunashindwa kutatua matatizo madogo madogo kama haya ya mipaka ambayo yametapakaa katika nchi yetu yote ya Kenya. Tukiangalia kwa upande wa pwani, kuna mzozo baina ya Makueni na Taita, kuna mzozo baina ya Taita na Kwale, kuna mzozo baina ya Taita na Kajiado, mzozo baina ya Kisumu na Vihiga, mzozo baina ya Kitui na Tana River, mzozo baina ya Garissa na Tana River. Kote Mheshimiwa Spika, mizozo kama hii imetapakaa. Na kwa kuwa hatuna tume ya kitaifa ambayo imeweza kuchaguliwa. Njia pekee ya kuweza kutatua na kusuluhisha mizozo hii ni kupitia kwa bunge letu la Senate. Kwa hiyo Mheshimiwa Spika, tunaomba kwamba katika uelekezi wako uhakikishe kwamba ile kamati husika inaangalia swala hili kwa haraka na kuweza kutoa mwongozo ili matatizo kama haya yasiweze kuendelea katika sehemu nyingine katika jamhuri yetu ya Kenya. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
Senator Abshuru Halake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the petition by the petitioners to this House. Mr. Speaker, I think all has been said, but we must find, and a good solution has been given by Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr., but we must find a different way of dealing with petitions that pertain to land issues and boundary issues, because I have served on the land committee, and that committee gets so many of this, which is a sign that really whatever system that's supposed to look after issues of land and issues of boundaries and issues of conflict caused by this are now becoming so rampant that that committee will be overwhelmed with these kinds of petitions. Mr. Speaker, again, this House has to look at a different way of doing this. Even if a different committee is given, we must also think of a different way of dealing with this issue. Mr. Speaker, what usually happens is that the committee will summon Ministry of Lands, will summon the NLC, will look at all the provisions and all the commissions, and everyone will just ping pong between the two, the different places. The one will point the committee to lands, and lands will point the committee to NLC, and the ping pong continues. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this House has to really look into ways in which we can do our things differently, so that then the hope and the you know, whatever our constituents are looking for in this House, and they are not disappointed by us. Mr. Speaker, it's very sad. In fact, one of the issues that we need to, and Article 188 does say that a commission is set up by Parliament and 2/3 of the House then votes for it. I don't know if we want to go that way. I know as the Boundaries Bill 2017 was being done by Senator Mutula, I think it was so that then all these issues are looked at in a more comprehensive manner, but that unfortunately hasn't happened. Money bill or not, I think the two houses or the two speakers need to sit together and really devise you know, a methodology or a way in which we can deal with land issues. Mr. Speaker, for us who come from community land area, we're very worried. Mr. Speaker, you come from community, from Samburu County, you know the land issues, you know the community land issues, and for us especially who come from jurisdictions where community land is the main tenure of land, we're really worried about this, because the boundaries as concerns community land and as concerns the Community Land Act, through any gazettement, it can be changed. Because what we've seen is that when the government wanted to give KDF some land in our county, all they did was gazette. Is gazettement a legitimate way of taking away land from communities? And so, especially for us, Mr. Speaker, and I think this should become very personal to you as well, is to make sure that certain mechanisms are put in place to ensure the issue of boundaries is done. Otherwise, pastoralists and community land is going to just go the way all other land has gone. As we speak now, there are government agencies, there are county governments, there are national government. All that is required is to gazette, and it goes out of the hands of communities. So, Mr. Speaker, I am really for the idea that we look for ways in which we can deal with this petition, and it cannot be the usual. You go and visit, you look at the land, you talk to the people. It hasn't worked, and I don't see why it would work this time. So I think let's look at the provisions under Article 188, even outside of the of a substantive bill. I think we can get certain pointers as to how to do this, including constituting a parliamentary commission that might want to look into this. Of course, then guided by our whichever committee that you're going to give this to. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Senator Hargura Kodana Marsabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support the petition by the residents of Vihiga County, because according to the requirements of the Article 188, one of the considerations when the county boundaries are to be altered is the views of the communities affected. But this is a clear case of a community which has been disenfranchised because arbitrarily colonial administrations have split one community into three counties. And it's in their interest, it's their right for them to consolidate and have their identity and representation from one point. But, Mr. Speaker, when we consider this kind of a petition, it goes back to who is supposed to handle the variation of the review of boundaries of counties, which is the commission which need to have been created by Parliament. And when Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. came up with that bill, which I'm surprised to hear it's being called a money bill. I don't know which part of it is a money bill, because it has become a practice of the National Assembly. Initially, they used to say it doesn't concern counties. When we do bills, when they go there, they are shelved because you are told it doesn't concern county. Then a similar bill is sponsored by a member of that house, just kind of taking word for word what a senator has come up with and the Senate has deliberated and passed. But now, the new phrase is whenever you come up with a bill, it's a money bill. I think our colleagues in the National Assembly needs to get serious. We all have the same mandate under the Constitution to make laws. We have to legislate, and we have to do it together. That's why bills come from one house to the other. And what they are doing is not in good faith, because I've even seen bills which have come from that house, which are now in second reading in this house, like the Equalization Fund bill. You'll be surprised what is at the back of that bill. I don't want to preempt debate, but that is what is going on. We are doing disservice to Kenyans, but by not making the right laws. No wonder Kenyans have gone to the Chief Justice to ask the Parliament to be dissolved because of this kind of games we are playing in between. So mine is to urge our colleagues in the National Assembly to get serious. We are serving Kenyans. This is a very important piece of legislation. We have problems, as it has been enumerated by members, almost between each and every county there is a boundary dispute because there was no consultation. When these boundaries are made, some of them are colonial, tribal boundaries. Some of them were done in 1992 when the Act was created, the Provinces and Districts Act, which did not also have any public participation. It was just a matter of picking the colonial boundaries and putting them in law and calling them the Provinces and Districts Boundaries Act of 1992. We all have issues with it. I have issues with it, even considering what is in that act. But as Senator Mutula Kilonzo Jr. has said, we have to start from somewhere. We have to adopt that act, then now come up with amendments, create the commission which will now address these issues. But now we are in a situation where we have boundary problems, but one house of this parliament is sitting on the legislation which will have created that commission. So yes, we empathize with the situation the Kenyans are in, but Parliament has to move with speed and create that commission which will deal with county boundaries, because as we know, the only existing commission, the relevant is Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, which only deals with constituencies and wards. It doesn't deal with counties. So the law says we have to create a commission under Article 188, which this Senate has done by coming up with the necessary legislation. So I think so as to sort out this problem of Kenyans in terms of petitions of county boundary dispute, then the starting point will be that commission. Because now, even if we take the petitions, how are we going to do it? Because the law envisaged a commission. We have done our part. This is now almost the 10th year since this constitution was promulgated. That commission is not in place, and Kenyans have this dispute. And there will be more once counties continue to realize their resources, once counties get back to generate their resources. We know very well, like in Turkana, Baringo area, the Kapedo area, there's a big dispute there. And it's going to increase when geothermal will be exploited around Silale, because that is a disputed area. This kind of conflict will be coming in once counties now look back and see how they can generate their own resources. So I support the petition, but we have to first create the infrastructure to address these issues. We have to move with speed. We have to get the National Assembly to wake up to realize that we are serving Kenyans. We are not competing as houses, so that we can sort out this kind of dispute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Masitsa Naomi Shionga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on the petition that has been sponsored by Senator Khaniri. Speaker, one does not need to choose a neighbor, and that applies to land. Where land is, then if you are living in that land, then you need to have a neighbor. However, most of the counties, the 47 counties in Kenya, all these counties have neighbors. And most of these counties are experiencing border or land issues which are not resolved. Mr. Speaker, indeed we can have a framework, as Senator Mutula has said, to work with meanwhile before we get a substantive solution for this. Mr. Speaker, both at county level, at county level and the national level, we are experiencing this dispute because of unnecessary arguments and possessions of land that many have occupied. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Kenya border and Uganda, we had the Mikingo disputes, where we really had a problem, and we still have that problem to date. The land dispute has looked like an indigenous tree which has grown with us for years. It is with my plea that if we have a commission, if we have a framework that we can work with meanwhile, because when we have bills that actually look forward for solving this land dispute or border boundary disputes, then we are not having any headway, because our sibling rivalry has gone further, and most of our bills are being collapsed in the National Assembly by being defined as money bill. So I urge this House to look for another resolution, probably a framework or a policy that we can work with meanwhile, so that we can sort out these problems that are being experienced with most of the counties, especially when it comes to this devolution that we have, and the disputes are increasing, and we really need to look forward for development, whereas disputes are increasing. Mr. Speaker, my solution to this is that we need to look for the quickest solution, and one of it can be a framework that we can work with, policy, before we look at the bills that are being collapsed in the National Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the petition, because 3/4 of the petition are on land issues. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Johnson Sakaja.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just very briefly, because this petition, one, relates to a place I know very well, which is also somehow home. Mr. Speaker, I think the concern, and I was listening to colleagues, the concern is that we are dealing with the same issue over time without a solution. This is not, even in just this session, this is, I think, the second petition on this matter, on top of a statement brought by Senator Khaniri. Mr. Speaker, I think I urge the leadership, and I can see Senator Mutula is here, both majority and minority, to find a way to resolve the stalemate with the National Assembly. Because, Mr. Speaker, in as much as Kenyans have a lot of confidence in bringing these issues, the more they bring the same issue and it has no solution, then they will lose confidence in this House. Mr. Speaker, that same forum that is discussing the matter of our bills in the National Assembly, that the National Assembly has refused to deal with, some that they have declared arbitrarily that they are money bills, despite the fact that within our committees we are served by the same budget office, which advises us it's not a money bill. Then the same budget office says the bill is a money bill. Mr. Speaker, we must resolve that issue. I'm glad that the Speaker has alluded to the fact that there is a thawing of the ice and that the relationship, there's a new spirit of camaraderie with the leadership in the other house. But practically, we need a schedule of all those bills that had gone there, including the one on boundaries, county boundaries by Senator Mutula, and in addition, a plan of action as to how we're going to deal with them. Mr. Speaker, in the last parliament, I chaired the Committee of National Cohesion, which was a joint committee of both houses, including my vice chair was Senator Argura, and everywhere we went to, from Lokwar Nakuse in Turkana, to a place called Nginyang, to Loruk, Mr. Speaker, in Samburu, where there's the issue of Baragoe, in your own county, Mr. Speaker, Nachola Ward. Mr. Speaker, these challenges are things that the solutions are there. You know, even if you have to bring a report, if you wake me up at 3 a.m., I will tell you about Nachola Ward in your county, where the MCA, I think, is still called Lawrence, if I'm not wrong. I will tell you about the issues that we saw in Turkana South, where the MP himself was running around with a gun. The issues in Takwel. Mr. Speaker, we have the solutions, but it seems as if that stalemate is what is holding us back. So I would urge that you take due notice and just convene the leadership to resolve this thing within the fastest way possible for the benefit of the people of the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 232.1, the petition is hereby committed to the Standing Committee on Devolution and International Relations for its consideration. In terms of Standing Order 232.2, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading the prayer to respond to the petitioner by way of a report addressed to the petitioner and laid on the table of the Senate. I thank you. Next order.
Order number 5, papers. Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Honorable Senators, statement pursuant to Standing Order 51.1b. Chair, the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations.
Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51.1b to make a statement on activities of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations for the period commencing 1st January 2020 to 31st July 2020. Mr. Speaker, you will notice that that period is really in the past. And this particular statement has been in the order paper for quite a long time, but because of the other important issues the House has been seized of, we are now forced to report for July in September. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate the effort of the past chair of this committee, Senator Kinyua, the senator for Laikipia, who did an excellent job. And many of the issues that I'll be reporting are issues that happened during his time. During the period under review, the committee held a total of 25 sittings and considered various issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, regarding statements, Senator Abshiro Alake, MP, sought a statement from the committee regarding the banning of county executive offices in various counties where accounting records are held. The committee has considered the matter, has engaged the governors of the affected counties, has engaged the senator, and the senator has been satisfied with the response. And Mr. Speaker, the committee has made recommendations, among which is that all counties, all the 47 counties, need to come up with a risk management framework, and also the EACC to follow up the incidences of fire in the 5 counties that the committee had considered. Mr. Speaker, Senator Ochilo Ayako, EGH MP, sought a statement from the committee regarding the status of project funding and implementation for Rongo Township, Awendo Township, and Migori Municipality. The committee is considering the matter and has sought a response from the Ministry of Devolution and Arid and Semi-Arid Lands. Mr. Speaker, this has taken quite some time, and I've had a conversation with the Senator for Migori and assured him that in the next 2 weeks we shall get a response on this. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee considered a request for conferment of city status on Nakuru Municipality. On 20th of February 2020, the committee met with the Governor of Nakuru County. The committee also visited Nakuru County and received submissions of the public on the matter. The committee is currently considering its report on the matter for tabling, and I can assure the House that in the next 3 weeks, the committee shall bring its report to the House. In the period under review, the committee has continued to consider the matter of the transfer of functions from the Nairobi City County Government to the national government, particularly in light of the decision of the Employment and Labor Relations Court in petition number 52 of 2020, Okia Umtata versus the Nairobi Metropolitan Service and 3 others. Mr. Speaker, in that matter, the Employment and Labor Relations Court of Nairobi issued the following orders on 18th of June 2020. 1, a declaration that the creation of the Nairobi Metropolitan Services was done in violation of the law and the Constitution. 2, the deployment and secondment of the persons as chief officers to the Nairobi Metropolitan Service was done in contravention of the law and the Constitution, and a declaration that secondment of 6,052 staff to the Nairobi Metropolitan Service from the Nairobi City County was done with consultation between the Public Service Commission and the Nairobi County Public Service Board. But the reasons were noble, but in contravention of the County Government Act. Mr. Speaker, the court suspended the orders from taking effect for a period of 90 days, in which period the Nairobi Metropolitan Service was to be established by law and the instrument of its establishment made. The Nairobi County Assembly, the Nairobi County Public Service Board, and the Governor, Nairobi, would be part of the process. And 3, that secondment and deployment of staff would be addressed, and the authority responsible in this exercise would action proper secondment and deployment letters. Mr. Speaker, you note that the orders having been suspended for 90 days, those 90 days have lapsed, and we take judicial notice that there are certain measures and certain steps that the government has taken to ensure the legality of the Nairobi Metropolitan Service. Arising from this, the committee held a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Devolution and Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, and during the meeting, it emerged that it was important for the committee also to engage other stakeholders, including the Nairobi Metropolitan Service head, the Governor, the Attorney General, to brief the House on measures taken to comply with the orders of the court, the Kenya Revenue Authority to inform the House on the transfer of revenue collection, and also the County Assembly to appraise them on their role on the matter. Mr. Speaker, sir, the committee has also been seized of the matter of the impasse between the County Executive and County Assembly of Kirinyaga County on the county budget estimates for the 2020-2021 financial years. On 21st of July 2020, the committee held a meeting with the Governor, Kirinyaga County, and the Control of Budget. Thereafter, on 22nd of July 2020, the committee met the County Assembly Majority Leader, the Chairperson of the County Budget and Appropriations Committee, and the Control of Budget. The committee has continued to be seized of the matter as it works towards reaching an amicable solution. And again, we take judicial notice that the two parties have since declared a truce and have pronounced that a solution has been found to the impasse. However, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the Devolution Committee brings a report to this House, because the impasse in Kirinyaga brought to the fore various issues. We had a situation where the Governor procured a court order to stop the enactment of a law by the Assembly. Mr. Speaker, it has been the view of the committee that the courts cannot stop coming into force or coming into effect of law, and they should pronounce themselves once the law takes effect. There has also been a concern around the 1% limit for amendment of budgets by the County Assembly. There's also concern about the 7% allocation to County Assembly vis-a-vis the ceilings that we have put in Kara. So Mr. Speaker, there are issues that came out of that impasse, issues to do with when a County Assembly shoots down a memorandum from the Governor, and the Governor still insists on that memorandum. We shall bring a report to the House, and that can then form a basis to inform other counties. As I conclude, aside from the ongoing business that I've alluded to, the committee intends to carry out the following key activities during the next quarter. Number one, we shall be talking to the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee to get a status update on transfer of functions in accordance with the 4th schedule to the Constitution. And as an example, Mr. Speaker, libraries are supposed to be functions undertaken by county governments, but we still have a Kenya National Library Service that is providing these services at the center without having handed over the services, the infrastructure, and personnel to county governments. We shall be following that up. Number two, we'll also be following up the status of transfer of assets and liabilities of defunct local authorities. Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee has always pronounced itself on this matter, expediting the transfer of assets and liabilities. The Devolution Committee will be holding a meeting with the Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee to get a status update on this. The disbursement and oversight of conditional grants. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to note that some committees have started asking questions about conditional grants. The Roads Committee has been asking questions about the Road Maintenance Levy Fund and other conditional grants that go into infrastructure. I want to encourage other committees, particularly Health Committee, to look into the conditional grants going to counties relating to health and the different conditional grants that we have proposed. We'll also be looking at the policy on regional blocks and also the implementation of the report on capacity assessment and rationalization of the public service. We'll also be following up the resolutions that were arrived at past devolution conferences and past legislative conferences. We take note that because of the COVID pandemic, this year we have not had the DEFCON, we have also not had the legislative conference, but from past conferences, there are resolutions and action points that the House is expected to have undertaken, and the Devolution Committee will look into that. And finally, we are also coming up with proposed amendments to the Intergovernmental Relations Act, particularly to guide the transfer of functions between the different levels of government, the County Governments Act, and the Urban Areas and Cities Act. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and allow me again to express my gratitude to the committee that was, or to the leadership of Senator for Laikipia, because many of the issues I've reported happened during his time as chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, to make a statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 51(1)B to make the statement on the activities of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget for the period commencing 1st January to 30th June 2020. Mr. Speaker, during the period under review, the committee held a total of 31 sittings, considered 6 bills, 2 petitions, and 5 statements. In respect to bills, the committee considered the following 2 bills and tabled reports in the Senate. The Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2020, the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 7 of 2020, the Division of Revenue Bill, National Assembly Bill number 3 of 2020 was approved and assented to. Regarding the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate number 7 of 2020, the debate on second reading of the bill was adjourned to allow Senate conclude debate on the third basis for sharing revenue among counties. Mr. Speaker, you realize that we are reading a report that events have already taken place. The committee also considered the following: the Public Finance Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 63 of 2019, and adopted its report for tabling in the Senate. The committee also considered the Finance Management Bill, National Assembly Bill number 51 of 2017, conducted public hearing and is considering its report for tabling in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I can report that we are almost ready with the report, and we shall be tabling it the soonest. The Promote Payment Bill, Senate Bill number 2020, the committee conducted the hearing, is considering the report for tabling. Mr. Speaker, this has already been passed through the second reading, Mr. Speaker. The Equalization Fund Bill, National Bill number 43 of 2019, conducted hearing and is considering its report for tabling in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the majority leader is supposed to be moving the motion on equalization bill. The committee also considered and tabled a report regarding the implementation status of the Senate resolution on county government's infrastructure projects, comprising county executive headquarters offices, assembly chambers, and offices and county state officers' residence. Mr. Speaker, regarding statement pursuant to Standing Order 48.1, 5 statements were referred to the committee during the period under review. The statement were Mr. Samson Cheregai, MP, concerning disbursement of funds to county governments; Senator Jonas Mwaluma, MP, concerning approved budget for Taita Taveta county governments submitted to the controller of budget; Senator Dr. Ochila Yako, MP, concerning financial and physical intervention by the government to save public-owned sugar millers; Senator Abshilo Halake, MP, concerning feasible challenges of meeting the deadline in filing the 2019 income tax returns by taxpayers in the country; Senator Cheregai Samson Kiprotich, MP, concerning pending bills of the casual staff who worked during the 2019 population and housing census. The committee is considering the matters raised and will table the reports once the matter is concluded. Mr. Speaker, I can report most of them have been concluded and report tabled. Mr. Speaker, sir, with regard to petitions, the committee considered 2 petitions. The first petition was by Senator Wabua on behalf of the petitioners on non-payment of Kitui County Executive pending bills incurred during the year 2015-2016. The committee is considering its report on the petition. The second petition was, Mr. Speaker, I can report on Senator Wabua's petition. We completed and we did table the report. The second petition was made by Mr. Edward Mwangi regarding the unpaid bills for the National Youth Service, NYS, to contractors and service providers. The committee considered the petition and tabled the report in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, sir, in regard to, in the period under review, the committee considered the third basis of CR-Link formula. The committee held consultative meetings with the National Treasury Commission on Revenue Allocation to deliberate on the basis. To ensure equitable consultation, adequate consultation was done with the third basis on the third basis. The committee organized a consultative meeting whereby all senators were invited. The committee adopted its report and tabled in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, we all know the story about this issue, and it is good that it has been sorted out. The committee also considered the 2020 budget policy statement and the medium-term debt management strategy and tabled its report. The report was considered and approved by the Senate. Mr. Speaker, the committee has planned to undertake the following key activities in the next half of the period: consideration and adoption of the report on equalization fund, National Assembly Bill number 43 of 2019, which we have done, Mr. Speaker. Consideration and adoption of the report on promote payment bill, bill number 3 of 2020, Mr. Speaker, we have also done that. Consideration and adoption of the report on the public finance management amendment bill, National Bill number 51 of 2017, Mr. Speaker, we are on that one and we shall be tabling the report soon. Consideration of the policy on county government's own source revenue. Mr. Speaker, we will also endeavor to table a report on the same. And finally, Mr. Speaker, consideration of the report of the Office of Controller of Budget on county government budget implementation. Mr. Speaker, I do thank the committee and most sincerely the former chairman who did a lot of work, and hope that we shall be able to fit in the shoes of the former chairman and the members who were there then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, the statement by the chairperson, Standing Committee on Health, is therefore deferred. Statement pursuant to Standing Order 52.1. Senate Majority Leader.
Signs of things to come. Yeah, you can see signs of things to come. Mr. Speaker, I was asked to read this as a member of the House Business Committee by the Majority Leader. And I do here, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 52.1, I hereby present to the Senate the business of the House for the week commencing Tuesday, 6th October 2020. On Tuesday, 6th October 2020, the Senate Business Committee, the SBC, will meet to schedule the business of the Senate. On that day, the Senate will consider bills scheduled for the second reading, and those at the committee of the whole stages. The Senate will also continue with the consideration of business that will not be concluded in the day's order paper, including motions, petitions, statements. On Wednesday, 7th October 2020, and on Thursday, 8th October 2020, Senate will continue with business that will not be concluded on Tuesday, 6th October 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, a total of 23 bills are due for the second reading. Another 18 bills are at the committee of the whole stage. The Senate Business Committee will prioritize these bills accordingly. In this report, I urge the relevant standing committees to expeditiously conclude consideration of these bills and table reports pursuant to the standing orders for purpose of enriching debate at the second reading stage, and to effectively navigate amendments during the committee of the whole stage. All senators who may have amendments to bills are encouraged to file the same in good time to allow the Senate Business Committee to schedule the bills accordingly. Respectively, movers of bills, standing committees, and senators who have already filed amendments to bills are also encouraged to be in the House whenever the bills are scheduled. This will facilitate speedy consideration and smooth transition to the next stage. Mr. Speaker, I thank you, and I hereby lay the statement on the table of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Senators, statement pursuant to Standing Order 48.1 is therefore deferred. Next order.
Order number 8, motion, extension of mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya.
Chairperson, ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move for extension of mandate of the ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya, that aware that its sitting held on 31st March 2020, the Senate by resolution established an ad hoc committee on COVID-19 situation with a mandate of oversight actions, measures taken by the national and county governments in addressing the spread and effects of COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya, appreciating that the mandate of the select committee is due to lapse on Wednesday, 30th September 2020, acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in the execution of its mandate and has regularly tabled in Senate progress reports at work, aware that the committee directed the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments in responding to COVID-19 pandemic, and that the report thereon, once received, will require to be considered by the committee, noting that the COVID-19 situation in the country continues to evolve. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya by a further period not exceeding 30 days of this resolution, to enable the committee to continue to monitor and oversight the evolving COVID-19 situation in the country, and to table its final report in the Senate. Mr. Speaker, maybe I'll just give a little background and brief of what the committee has achieved so far. As you are aware, when we started, there was no any other committee that was sitting. We were amongst the first, actually we were the first committee to sit virtually on virtual meetings, and therefore discovering the efficiency of virtual meetings. And at that time, we're able to hold very many meetings in a day. Would hold and meet with a lot of stakeholders, and therefore we're able to do quite a bit, because then also members were not engaged in the other committees. And then slowly by slowly, the other committees also started engaging in their work, and slowly by slowly now all the committees are active, Mr. Speaker, And we are fully aware of the fact that COVID is here to stay with us. And even as it continues to evolve, all the standing committees are now fully briefed on the issues that we have presented here and tabled and the committees have adopted. And we really want to just begin to wind up by handing over to the standing committees. And that is why we are requesting this 30-day extension to enable us receive the remaining requests that we've made to the various cabinet ministries, as well as the Auditor General reports, as we have mentioned when we were moving the motion. Mr. Speaker, 6 months was indeed a short time. 6 months is what we were given at the beginning, but I believe we were able to canvass a good amount, simply because at that time everything had come to a standstill, and even when we requested for information from the ministries, we were able to get it quite fast. But now that things are going back to normal, things have slowed down a little bit. And it is for that reason we are yet to receive the Auditor General's reports. We are yet to receive requests from several ministries, as our second round of engagements had already started. So we need to consider these and give our recommendations to the standing committees as we hand over. Mr. Speaker, we have tabled to this House 8 reports, and all of them have had very, very good recommendations, and we've had a lot of wins. And indeed, I can say this committee, with its very committed members, were able to really represent the House at a time when Kenya needed to have its legislative members participate in the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest achievements this committee did was the Pandemic Management and Response Bill. And from its stakeholders, were able to come, and we did a lot of stakeholders engagements. Over 160 stakeholders participated in the making of that bill, Mr. Speaker, and were able to make our submissions and put our work in the form of themes. We had 5 thematic areas. We were dealing with the health issues, Mr. Speaker. We dealt with economic and financial issues, including macroeconomic effects, impact of businesses, trade facilitation, and measures to cushion borrowers and financial institutions. Mr. Speaker, we also looked at social public order and human rights, including protection of vulnerable persons and groups, protection of women and girls at risk of domestic abuse, measures to enable learners to continue with their studies, enforcement of nationwide curfews, access to justice, decongestion of prisons. Then the fourth thematic area was access to food, water, and other basic commodities, Mr. Speaker. And then support services was the fifth thematic area. And if I'm just to remind the House on some of the wins that we had, in the third report, which we tabled on the 28th of April, we're able to give recommendations for the continued enforcement of containment measures by the government at that time. Then we called for better monitoring of COVID cases at the county levels, although the county levels were still protected by some of the containment measures. We were worried on their level of preparedness. We called for the fast-tracking implementation of the universal health care coverage scheme, and we also called for the release of funds to the counties. By then, 5 billion had been pledged but had not yet been sent to the counties. Then the protective equipment, PPEs for health workers, we were calling for them to be quickly availed and sent down to the counties. Mr. Speaker, now we know where they are with all the investigations we are doing. We now know why there was a problem even at that time. And then we called for guidelines by the government on disposal of masks. We had already started identifying that masks were going to become a big environmental issue at that time. In our fourth report, Mr. Speaker, we're able to make interventions to the National Transport and Safety Authority, because they had a problem where all motor vehicles inspections had stalled, again, because of not appreciating technology, and were able to push for digitalization of functions at NTSA. This was a really big win, and this is an issue that was later picked up on by the Transport Committee, of which now we left with them to monitor the situation. We had interventions with the Inspector General of National Police. All right, so here we were requesting for alternative facilities for detention for those found breaking curfew rules, because we realized where they were being detained, they were also at risk of contracting the COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, on the fifth report, The fifth report was on economic and financial issues, Mr. Speaker, and this is where our second round of engagement, we are still waiting for letters to come from the various ministries. But on this one, we recommended for the operationalization of regulations for establishing micro and small enterprises development fund, as well as accountability oversight of a COVID-19 emergency fund, and disbursement of funds to counties. At that time, it had not yet been done, but now it has been done. And then cushioning of people who had lost jobs due to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is an outstanding area of which we want to receive reports so that we can consider them before we hand them over to the standing committees. As you know, this is a critical issue in Kenya today. A lot of people have lost their jobs. We still don't know what the government has done about stimulus packages. We are still waiting to hear. Today, I had the pleasure of meeting with some of the Juakali workers and some of their leaders, and they did confirm to us, other than now that the education sector is calling for desks and things like that, they've not seen any other major intervention by government to help them at this time to cushion the fact that they have really lost their livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. So this is really a key outstanding area, and we are waiting to hear from the relevant ministry so that then we can hand that over again. Mr. Speaker, as part of that engagement, the committee urged the government to consider a fiscal stimulus package and debt relief mechanisms that could assist people of small businesses to get back on their feet, as well as provide emergency relief to most vulnerable, elderly, poor persons in the rural areas and informal settlements. So we are aware of some of the programs that had been rolled out, and indeed the CS of Labor had given us his initial report, which we had included in the fifth report which we tabled. So we are now waiting to see and hear from them on the status as of now and what else the government has been able to do for Kenyans. On the sixth report, Mr. Speaker, we addressed social and public order and human rights. We tabled this report on the 19th of May, and we recommended, in that sixth report, we commended for a wage fund relief for the financial year 2021-2022. It was in this report also, Mr. Speaker, that we pushed the judiciary to adopt virtual court and e-filing mechanisms. That was a really big win of our committee because we really, really did push them. It was also in this report where our recommendation that the IPOA, Independent Police Oversight Authority, to ensure that police officers using excessive force on citizens were prosecuted. As you remember, we had a lot of challenges when it came to enforcement of containment measures, Mr. Speaker. Then it was in this report where we had asked the Ministry of Education to fast track a digital literacy syllabus, which we know didn't happen, unfortunately. And this still remains an outstanding area, but we are aware now that the Standing Committee on Education has picked up on education matters, Mr. Speaker. We might not need to go into this. We leave it to the Standing Committee. The enrollment of Inua Jamii program, it had been presented to us. We had a problem with it because it was reported during the meeting by the CS of Labor that the Inua Jamii register had not been updated at the time they were starting to roll out the program. So we need to hear the status right now and what has happened to those vulnerable people who might have been left out of the program. So it's important we receive the report, Mr. Speaker. In the 7th and 8th progress report, which we tabled on the 9th of June, and the 7th of July, progressively. These included the fact-finding missions that we did in Isiolo and Meru counties to check on their preparedness and response. On the 8th report, we were halfway through our mandate, and again, we checked on general issues on accessibility, especially accessibility of basic needs by most of the people, and how food was being distributed to the vulnerable by the national government, and also what the county governments were doing towards that. We observed that there were a lot of measures needed to be put into place, especially because of these issues, and also seeing that there were floods at around that time, again, locust invasion, and we're worried about especially counties that are not easily accessible. And Mr. Speaker, we also lauded heavily, we commended the efforts of private sector initiatives because we came across those in a big way. Private sector really came out at a time of COVID, and we realized that Kenyans have their own solutions, and what they need is to be given the space to participate in creating solutions. So, Mr. Speaker, the 9th report was tabled on 23rd September. And there was a bit of a distance between the 8th and the 9th. As you're aware, the House was very busy on other activities. And it was somewhere in between there where Senator Sakaja resigned from the committee, so it took a bit of time to reconstitute, so we lost a bit of time there, Mr. Speaker. But our 9th report is heavily to do with our county visits, which we were able to finally ask the seat of the Speaker to allow us to do more county visits, because by then the focus had moved to the counties, the focus for COVID-19 had moved to the counties, money had already been dispersed to the counties. We considered the control of budget report on how counties had prepared for, budgeted, and spent their COVID funds. So we needed to go and see also how they had approached all the 5 thematic areas that we were oversighting. And we were able to do the coastal region, Mr. Speaker, and we've put that in our 9th report, which hopefully will be adopted today. It's also in the 9th report, Mr. Speaker, that we engaged with now frontline workers, health frontline workers, especially at the county level, and we're able to see the challenges they have. And in fact, now, because of the challenges that they have, and most of them you have seen them articulated on media, you know, you've had the doctors really complain. They have, you know, the strikes are now almost becoming like everyday news. Mr. Speaker, these issues we have, as a committee in the 9th report, we want to recommend that the Labour Committee, which is headed by Senator Sakaja, will have to pick these up, because there are some perennial issues that our frontline workers unfortunately have to go through every year, and now is worse because of the pandemic, and they really need to be cushioned. So all those and the rest are there captured in the 9th report, which we shall hopefully have a chance to debate today. And Mr. Speaker, as I call on Senator Halake to second this motion, I really have to take this opportunity to thank my committee members for the level of commitment that they have shown. We have sat for a total of 93 meetings, 92 sittings, Mr. Speaker. We have visited 5 counties, and we were ready to even do more if the Speaker would have helped us. We were ready to even do more, given, you know, that it's a pandemic, it's unusual times. And I really must thank my fellow committee members for all the commitment, and as well as the Secretariat. The Secretariat has worked tirelessly, especially at a time now when all the committees are active. We know they are stretched, but they still manage to give us what we need. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move, and I call upon Senator Halake to second.
Senator Abshir Halake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this motion and support the report of the ad hoc committee of Senate on measures to oversight the response to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, as you've been told, this committee has had, I think I'll correct my chair, actually 94 sittings, and in fact 95 as of yesterday. In the 94 sittings, Mr. Speaker, as you've been told, this committee did have so many oversight, so many representational, so many legislative interventions and initiatives that would not have been possible without the good leadership of our chairperson. So I'd like to thank both the previous chairperson, Senator Sakaja, who left us in a really good place, and our vice chair, who stepped into his shoes very ably and very well and steered this committee with distinction, Mr. Speaker. Also, a lot of appreciation goes also to your office for the support we have received, and our colleagues who've really sacrificed. We used to sit a total of like 5-6 times in a week, a couple of times a day. We had met a total of almost 143 or different stakeholders and processed inputs from those stakeholders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember at the time that we were on lockdown, it was this committee that was oversighting things like testing, quarantine, isolation centers, ICU facility functions within the country, human resource for health, drug supplies, infection prevention measures that were being taken by under the thematic area of health, and which the chairperson had described, because we organized our work in very strategic thematic areas which we felt would have the most impact if we oversighted, if we represented, and if we really worked within those strategic areas of focus. Mr. Speaker, under the strategic area of focus of health and health issues, we did so much to ensure that the citizens got the drugs they needed, were treated fairly in the isolation centers where they were put, that their issues were escalated, including people that were abroad. I think this committee was so instrumental in the airlifting of our citizens from India and from other parts of the world, where we highlighted to the authorities and to the ministry and made sure that we played the go-between to ensure that our citizens got the dignity and the support they needed to come back home. From testing to quarantine to isolation to universal access to community health issues to data and statistics, and even to some of the issues around, projections. We made sure that we kept the ball on that area. Under the thematic area of access and finances and thematic area of socio-economic, this committee, as you remember, was in the news for having supported the most vulnerable people in our informal settlements to ensure that the landlords did not chase them away or did not throw them out. I know that was a bit controversial, but that did a great deal to ensure that the dignity of our most vulnerable community members were taken care of by virtue of our representation on their behalf, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under social order, social justice, and public order, we made sure where the policemen were high-handed, this committee ensured that human dignity was observed, that human rights were not violated, and that even where such violations happened, the people were put to account. Mr. Speaker, you'll remember we made sure that the police, we made sure that the Minister for Interior, we made sure that the Minister for Health were all invited, were held accountable, and that they did the right thing, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you'll also recall that as you were told by our chairperson, this committee met on diverse occasions, met diverse stakeholders, from the private sector healthcare workers to public sector healthcare workers to community healthcare workers, to associations of nurses and doctors, and to the boards and everybody else in between, KEMRI and the rest of them, to ensure that under the thematic area of health issues, that all our health workers, including insurance companies such as NHIF, where we made sure that they covered for the people that were not able to take care of medication for themselves or isolation for themselves. So I think this committee did very well. In terms of legislation, because this is a house of legislation, we made sure that a pandemic response bill was developed in record time, with one of the most comprehensive public participation ever, given that then it was done online, but we also had in this house, in this very chamber, lots of submissions from different stakeholders, and that bill, in my opinion, is one of the most participated in, the most comprehensive bills that any house could have done. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, this bill is now gathering dust at the National Assembly, having been declared a money bill. But that said, I think this House has done and dispensed its duties with distinction once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also kept the citizens, we kept our accountability to citizens through continuous media reports. If you recall, we braved the pandemic to come out here on the steps of this House to make sure that every after every report, we would give the nation a very comprehensive report as to where we are with the response to the pandemic, where we are with as a response to the support to the vulnerable communities, where we are with response to support to our frontline workers, where we are with the response to social order and social justice, and where we are with our oversight. As you've seen, you've been told, Mr. Speaker, the latest report, the 9th report, had to do with counties. Our focus had shifted to counties. We did go to all the counties that we could go to. Those counties were chosen for their vulnerability, for the questions that were before us as a house. They were also chosen for sampling as well. So a lot of consideration was made on that. Unfortunately, as the chairperson has said, we could not go to all the counties. I know Wajir County was one of them that we haven't gone to, but unfortunately our term has come to an end. And even as we request to be given more time to finish the report, it is not the wish of this committee to continue with this committee. Not for any reason, but that the emergency now is over, the routine has set in, and we do have standing committees that can take over the rest of the routine work that has been put in place, and all our reports, there are 9 in total, and I'm sure there'll be the 10th one, which is going to be the major report. We kept the nation, this house, and all the stakeholders abreast of what this house has done towards oversighting, towards representing, and towards ensuring that we, as House of Senate, kept the ball rolling and made sure that we held ourselves and others accountable to give the best service to our citizens, both in the 5 thematic areas that we had identified for ourselves. Mr. Speaker, I know sometimes that people think that when you have a platform or when you have something you want to stay on, it is not the wish of this committee to stay on. It is the wish of this committee, however, to do the quality of work that this house is accustomed to, the quality of work that has become the standard unit for our committee and for ourselves as individual brands. For that reason, we had asked for a bit more extension of time, not to continue to do the work, but to finish the report. And some of the reasons why this report had not been finalized is because of the need for certain forensic audits, especially as regards of oversight of funds to counties and oversight of funds to our national government and to the Ministry of Health and to KEMSA, where we felt that we wanted to do a really thorough investigation through a forensic audit, and that report only was submitted to us just 2 days ago. And for that reason, we would like then to make sure that our report, our final report, reflects those facts. Our final report reflects that important information, and therefore it's the reason why this committee had asked for more time to ensure that we enrich our report with those facts that are from the forensic audit as performed by the Auditor General. So I think, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to speak too much to that. The chairperson has done a fantastic job in enumerating what this committee has done, the approach we took in terms of how we organized our work, and what we did in terms of just making sure that we go on the ground to ensure that what we were given or the information that we received from our stakeholders is corroborated on the ground as well, and that sampling is satisfactory enough for the committee, at least so far. Even if we didn't manage to do as many counties as we really wished to, we now think that our Committee of Health and our Committee of the different thematic areas that we identified can be assigned some of the routine work that will have to continue, because this pandemic is going to be with us for a long time, Mr. Speaker. So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all of you, your office, for the support that was given to us, our colleagues for the vote of confidence that we could do this work even under the circumstances that were very new to all of us, and to our previous chairperson for the great job he did to steer us for the period he was our chair, and for our vice chair who took over, who did a sterling job in ensuring that this country, this house, and the people that rely on us for services and got what they deserved, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the one last thing is that I hope this house will find a way or a solution, not just to the pandemic bill, but to all the bills that are now gathering dust, or to all the bills that are now held in the pipeline between the two houses, or are held in the crosshairs between the two houses, because what this is doing is beyond just the supremacy battle between the two houses. It's affecting the lives of our citizens, it's affecting service delivery in our counties, and really this is a solution that we must find. I know during the petition we've talked about the boundaries bill, and there are numerous, there are very many bills that are now gathering dust. I hope, especially the pandemic bill, knowing that knowing what that means, pandemics being a matter of life and death, we hope that this House will find a solution to that. And finally, I would like to thank the Secretariat of the COVID Committee. We could not have asked for a better team, and we have got the most amazing support from all of them, and we give them a lot of credit for the quality of work that we've been able to do and for the efficiency with which we have executed our mandate. And I thank everybody and look forward to perhaps when we hand over our report to the different committees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I support and I thank all of you. Oh, sorry, I second. Sorry, I second.
Honorable Senators, I propose the question, which is that aware that it is at its sitting held on Tuesday, 31st March 2020, the Senate, by resolution, established an ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation with the mandate to oversight actions and measures taken by the national government and county governments in addressing the spread and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya. Appreciating that mandate of the Select Committee is due to lapse on Wednesday, 30th September 2020, acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in execution of its mandate and has regularly tabled in the Senate progress reports on its work. Aware that the committee directed the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the report thereon, once received, will require to be considered by the committee. Noting that the situation in the country continues to evolve, now, therefore, the Senate resolves to review the mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya by a further period not exceeding 30 days of this resolution, to enable the committee continue to monitor and oversight the evolving COVID-19 situation in the country, and to table its final report in the Senate. Senator George Chilayako.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to congratulate this ad hoc committee for doing a good job. The ad hoc committee has been very productive. They have been very dedicated to this work. And I want to start by appreciating the first chair and appreciating more the second chair and the vice chairperson. There is a saying that we bandy around that what a man can do, a woman can do better. I think the report that we are waiting for, the performance that we have seen, is a confirmation of that saying. And I'm looking forward to a day when we will have a woman president. You know, when we are most vulnerable, when we are more in serious difficulty, we all look up to women to take care of us out of such difficulties. And the first woman that we look up to is our mother. We look up to our wives and our daughters and our sisters to take care of us. When it comes to rewarding women, we do nothing. In fact, this house, this parliament, is at the threat of dissolution for not legislating what the Constitution expected us to do regarding gender matters. Gender matters are not just women, but I think factually, right now it is women who are disadvantaged. We keep on seeing committees appointed, commissions appointed, but governors elected, senators elected, but we do not see the presence of women who, when things are difficult, when the chips are low, we look up to them for solution. So I want to sincerely thank the leadership of this ad hoc committee, and I wish that they had asked for more time, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done. Nationally, it has been reported that we have COVID millionaires and billionaires. Now we want to see the millionaires and billionaires in our counties, because COVID money was disbursed in counties, and we as a house that is responsible for oversighting counties, we want to see how well these monies were utilized. And we believe that this committee and its leadership had requested the Auditor General to give a report on how the funds were utilized. And I expect, and the House expects, that out of that report, we will see footprints, we will see direction on who took our money and misused it, and other committees, other standing committees will have occasion to pick the lead from that one. The Public Accounts Committee will pick the lead from it, the Health Committee, other committees will pick the lead from the report that our wonderful ad hoc committee will give us, so that the public will be able to know how their funds and donations were used in counties where these activities were expected to take place. Mr. Speaker, we know very well that health is a devolved function, and that our health facilities were expected to match the emergency that engulfed the entire world for all of this period. We expect in the report that is about to come from this committee, the state of our health facilities. This emergency that we have been responding to was an eye-opener. It was what we call a warning or a shot to the entire nation: be prepared for anything. This was 19, maybe 20 is in the offing, maybe 21 is about to happen, or anything beyond COVID. So it would be important for the committee to include in the report the state of our emergency response to highly infectious diseases that are transmitted easily and keep on running around like wildfire and killing our people the way COVID has done. So the state of our health response, the state of our health facilities would be very important if it is captured in this report. Now, Mr. Speaker, we also would like to see in this report how the counties and the national government coordinate when we are in trouble. This was a national pandemic, an international pandemic. The responsibility for fighting for and saving Kenyans is a national function. And the theater where this responsibility is exercised is in the counties. So it would be very important for us to get from our committee information as to how the coordination was done between the national government and the county governments, so that as a nation, we will have something upon which to improve. Because if that coordination is not there, and one section of government, say the national government, was responsible for dropping the ball, or the county governments were responsible for dropping the ball, we will look at the report and see how to make sure that in this chain of responses, we have dealt with the weakest link. It is important to know where the link is weak so that we fix it, because a nation is a continuous entity. A nation is there to stay. Mr. Speaker, I want to say in conclusion that COVID is with us to stay, and that as our ad hoc committee winds up its activities, I am sure the Standing Committee on Health and other committees must be ready to take the baton from where the committee has left it. The committee is leaving it at its very shining point. We hope that the succeeding standing committees will not do a shoddy job. The emergency will continue being around. In fact, if you look at the statement of the president and you look at the international arena, the emergency is not going away. So as a House, we must not close our eyes. We must not block our ears, and we must not shut down just because one committee did a brilliant job. We must continue by urging our succeeding committees to continue the good work for the benefit of all Kenyans. I want to thank the committee, I want to thank the House, and I want to thank every Kenyan for doing what they have done to ensure that we are alive. We are alive and we are healthy, courtesy of many people who observed the guidelines, courtesy of many people who loved their neighbors, courtesy of many people who made it their responsibility to protect themselves and to protect others. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Gertrude Musuruve.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to support this motion. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the other committee on COVID is doing a very good job, and I commend them for the report that they brought and for the work that they're continuing to do with regard to going to every county and ensuring that they're monitoring what is going on. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the thematic areas that this committee has been handling are very crucial in this country. They have given elaborate details on health, and we also came out to see that even in the health area with regard to COVID, there are even COVID billionaires and millionaires, and it was brought on the floor of this House. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, these are good indicatives of work that has been done well, because it has come to the attention of all of us. And Honorable Speaker, this committee needs to go now a notch higher and also dissect other areas in the thematic areas. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the issue of the thematic area of education. And I'm saying this as a teacher by profession, and I want to say that education cannot wait. This committee needs to really dissect what is happening in the education sector, Honorable Speaker, because it is so clear that the legislative arm of the government has been left out on matters of COVID and education. And I know very well, Honorable Speaker, that where I sit in the Education Committee, we have severally tried to bring the Ministry of Education on board so that we walk the same journey, but it has not really been very, very fruitful. Many times we have wanted also the CS to come before us so that we engage for the purpose of ensuring that we are breaking ice in education, because education cannot wait, but it has not been very easy. In the Education Committee, we decided to deliberately engage county governments to see what is happening in ECDs and their preparedness. And in the education sector, it is really wanting, Honorable Speaker. If I can bring to the floor of this House, you'll find that in some county governments, there are no ECD classrooms. In other county governments, there are no toilets, there is no water, and sometimes one is left to wonder. If we are talking about COVID preparedness, and yet there are some schools without toilets, and yet there are some, I'm talking of public schools. I don't want to deliberate on issues of private schools, because these are different categories of schools. So in many public schools, we realize that there is no water, no toilet, and we are talking of COVID preparedness. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Education has been very inactive in addressing this issue of COVID preparedness. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, there's need to interrogate if there are any funds that were given to the Ministry of Education from the national government, partners, and from all over to address this issue of COVID, because it has been very silent, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, even when the ministry is holding conferences, they need to bring the legislative arm of government also in the conferences, so that we engage and see the legislative gaps that are there, and we see how to fill for the purpose of ensuring we are supporting children of this country. But, Honorable Speaker, most of the time you'll find conferences being held without the legislative arm of government being brought on board. But you will find, Honorable Speaker, that the conferences are usually among allied stakeholders and themselves. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, we cannot rule out the issue of education in this area. So there's need for this committee led by Dr. Sylvia Kasanga, to Senator Kasanga, you're heading there. There's need for this committee to have, for their time to be extended, so that they can actually address these areas, Honorable Speaker. Even in some counties, it is pathetic. You'll find that there are classrooms that are made of mud, and then they have a finishing of cow dung, Honorable Speaker, during this COVID period. Even in some areas, you'll find that there are classrooms where children go, but they're invested by jiggers because of the finishing of the classroom. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that there's a lot that needs to be done in the area of education. And I want to say that even as there's a lot of, the uncertainty with regards to opening. It's because of the lack of preparedness when it comes to matters of COVID. Because sometimes when the CS says we are opening in June, extends, we are opening in September, extends January, then comes down to October. You see, that lacks believability. And the issue of lack of believability is because of the preparedness that has not really come out clearly. So there's need to investigate the amounts that have been allocated. There's need also to audit what is happening in the counties to see whether if money has really been sent into the counties and what exactly is happening. Because, Honorable Speaker, when we say that, in preparing for classroom opening, we are purchasing desks. Honorable Speaker, where are we taking the desks in a mud classroom? That could be even maybe, I don't know how many centimeters. So how many meters? So I need to state clearly, Honorable Speaker, priorities must be set right. When we are talking of desks, when you're talking of, let us start with infrastructure, so that the classrooms are there, so that the facilities are there. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it has to come out clearly that even when the person at the helm in the ministry is uncertain, then other organs will be uncertain in the pronouncements that they make. Because I remember the other time, the TSC, I think after the pronouncement that schools will be open soon, in that panic, the TSC decided to recall teachers. By Honorable Speaker, the TSC was just performing its mandate of ensuring that there are teachers in schools. But I want to say, Honorable Speaker, There is need for the Ministry of Education to do what is mandated to do, because education cannot wait. We cannot gamble with the lives of our children. And I want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, there's also need to investigate how much money has been set aside to also support children with disabilities from their households, because most children with disabilities have been getting support from the government in terms of physiotherapy, in terms of medicine, in terms of all this. We have children who have developmental issues. So what has the ministry done? Because, Honorable Speaker, what came out clearly from the ministry that they are setting aside, they're ready to loan private schools 7 billion. And I want to say before Kenyans, those are priorities upside down. What about the schools that are made of mud, finished with cow dung? What about even teachers who have not been paid? Honorable Speaker, even if it is a sessional loan, house and tell us exactly what they have done, and we need to go to the ground and see what they're saying corroborates with what is on the ground. Because most of the time information is taken to the ministry, you will find that the responses we get are desk responses, where somebody just sits down and says, this is what they've asked, we'll say this, but there's need for interrogation. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, also, even when it comes to universities needed to open like yesterday because of the issue of research. The ministry is not able to do research like universities would do. So I want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, there is need for this committee led by Senator Kasanga to have a matrix of operation where they're going to look at information in schools and see that things are happening well. And especially when it comes to issues of disability. Because when you ask about issues of disability, they'll just tell you, we have sign language interpreters, we have different and varied categories of disabilities. And all these disabilities need to be addressed because there are children with disabilities in their households. Their parents don't know what to do with them. And Honorable Speaker, just to bring to the floor of this House, the Ministry of Education has not communicated even to schools in the county's mashinani. If you investigate from heads of schools, no communication at all has come from the ministry. So I'm just wondering, can they bring on table and tell Kenyans what exactly they have done in terms of preparing to reopen? Let them not talk about desks because it is irrelevant. In a situation where there's no infrastructure, in a situation where there are no classrooms, in a situation where there are mud classrooms, in a situation where even the classrooms are falling off and almost falling on, on learners, let them come clearly and tell senators, because the children of the common man must be our concern. And as a Senate, we must be a generation that is making a difference in ensuring that children go back to school, and not only go back to school, get quality education, and not only get quality education, children are safe in the environment. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I thank this committee, and my suggestion is that their time should be extended, but let them give a report on the issue of education, because as a committee, we are not able to break through with the ministry and the relevant stakeholders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I support.
Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Seneta Daktari Gertrude Musuruve. Mheshimiwa Seneta, ningelipenda kuomba, kwa sababu bado kuna watu wengi sana ambao wangelipenda kuzungumzia hoja hii, kwamba tupunguze muda. Najua kwamba kila mtu anaweza kuzungumza kwa dakika 20, lakini ndiposa tuweze kupatia kila mtu nafasi, ningeliomba kwamba tuzungumze kwa dakika 5, kwa sababu hii sio kura ya maamuzi tu, ni ushawishi wa kuongeza muda. Iko sawa hiyo? Asante. Kwa hivyo kwa wakati huu naweza kumpatia naibu wa spika, Mheshimiwa Profesa Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to express my appreciation to the wonderful committee that has done a great job over these few months. The committee we call the Ad hoc Committee on COVID-19 Situation in Kenya. I congratulate the committee for a job well done. This is a committee that has highlighted a number of issues making the COVID-19 situation an opportunity for us to analyze the state of the health sector in this country. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate them because within the short time, they have been able to visit counties, they have been able to talk to governors, they have been able to talk to CECs, they have been able to look at the facilities that we are in. Mr. Speaker, until you visit our counties, you don't really know what you have. Mr. Speaker, this morning I received a call from a resident of Wasingishu. In fact, one of them was talking in one of our radio channels and was asking whether it is true that the county government of Wasingishu does not have an ICU facility. The truth is that it is true. It is true that the county government facilities do not have ICU facilities. And this is something that all of us must start looking at, because what it means in our case of Wasingishu is that our referral hospital and the private hospitals are the only facilities that have ICU that have ICUs, but the other facilities do not have. I want to thank this committee because they are able to expose the state of our facilities, because, Mr. Speaker, you know very well that health is a devolved function. And it should actually confirm why some of us were fighting so much for more resources for our counties. Because this is a devolved function, but we do not have the facilities that have been devolved. And that's why we have been fighting for resources to follow functions that were devolved. Those of us with extremely high vulnerable populations have had a very rough time, let alone at this time when we are talking about COVID. So the issue that this committee has really brought out is a very important issue, or as far as the facilities and availability of facilities, including ventilator support, basic oxygenation equipment. These are very important facilities that any country in the 21st century should be having. But we still have problems. Now, that brings it to us as senators, because this is truly at our doorsteps as senators. The health being devolved means that we must start looking at the facilities that are being offered to our people at the county level. And if they are not sufficient, if they are not of the right level, like they were not sufficient enough to deal with COVID-19, we must think afresh. And we must start talking to our Council of Governors and actually having a conversation on where the priorities must be. Because the priorities in the counties must take care of some of these issues which are rights to the Kenyans. Health is a right according to our constitution. And if we cannot afford health, then there is very little that we can afford. I therefore want to thank the committee, and as we await for their report, I am very hopeful that they will be able to hand over the various sectors to various committees. I want to thank the Committee of Health. They managed to visit Wasingishu twice on the same issue of level 5, level 4, and I thank the committee. In fact, when they came to Wasingishu for Senate Machenani, they were able to raise some of those issues. But I think this committee has even gone further to expose more issues that we need to address. So I want to thank the committee and support the motion that actually we extend these 30 days and at the same time encourage the committee to prepare the real key areas that the committees, the other departmental committees must take over, so that it is very clear where this report is going to, because we cannot afford to leave it hanging. It has done a lot, it has exposed a lot, and it's going to be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Naibu wa Spika. Sasa hivi ninampatia fursa hii Seneta wa Makueni, Seneta Mutula Kilonzo Junior.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support this motion to extend the mandate of this committee, but allow me, Speaker, to say a few things. First, that it is during this committee that a member of the Senate was arrested for violating rules they had drafted themselves and resigned. So this committee has actually put us on the limelight for many reasons, good or bad. It is during the life of this committee, Mr. Speaker, that racketeers pretending and purporting to import masks and PPEs caused so much havoc at KEMSA, Mr. Speaker, that we have 7 billion or more or thereabouts worth of PPEs lying around there. Somebody wonders whether these puppeteers and racketeers were hoping that the pandemic would last longer. Mr. Speaker, we were alive when a governor of Muranga purported to build a hospital in 2 months. Mr. Speaker, we were alive when the governor of Machakos turned the stadium into a hospital or an isolation facility. We were alive when the Ministry of Health finally decided that dead bodies can't walk out of their coffins and therefore COVID can't be transmitted when the body is sealed in a coffin. We were alive, Mr. Speaker, when the Ministry of Education got so confused about COVID that they are actually not sure when the schools will open. We were alive, Mr. Speaker, when the tourism sector is on its knees, literally. I got a message yesterday that workers of Lyco Regency, that famous hotel, have not been paid for the last 4 months. Mr. Speaker, whilst this committee is talking about COVID and Kenyans are back to reggae and doing whatever they feel like, including this famous group of politicians, of whom I am happily amongst them. And Mr. Speaker, the BOM teachers of Kenya have not been paid for 6 months. The Ministry of Health has given such stringent positions on opening of schools, and I'm a chairman of one, that it would require us to build new schools in doubles for purposes of complying with COVID-19. Ministry of Health has not sent money to workers and teachers and schools for any financing since March. Schools are grinding to a halt. It is not enough to extend the mandate of this committee unless we can speak about the education. For the first time, the press are saying the Minister of Education is indecisive. It's strange, because he was hired actually for being decisive. Are schools going to open, yes or no? The committee of COVID before you end your term, and I expected a statement today, as you extend your term, should state clearly the position of the COVID committee on opening of schools. You are the oversight. Do we open or not open schools? That is the question. Answer that question. Because when the minister says open schools in October, our crowded classes, where kids are going to play together, our public schools that do not have water, our public schools that do not have sanitizers, our public schools where you are not going to have social distance, that can only happen when the cabinet secretary does not have children in public schools. I know, because I sit in the committee that was discussing the extension of this committee, that the people who are afraid of the audits of the COVID funds do not want to see these committees and its term extended. I must say that very clearly. And I know that these cartels are operating on our corridors here. We want the audit of COVID funds as soon as possible. Special audit. Because if you don't get it done, because what is the magic about 4 months? Is COVID going to end in 4 months? No. Mr. Speaker, I support the extension. Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Seneta wa Makueni. Sasa hivi nampa fursa hii Seneta Farhia Ali Haji.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to see you on that seat. And I also speak like Senator Sakaja said when you're also on that, you're on that seat, so I'm very proud of you and happy to see you there. Mr. Speaker, and you're the only speaker who speaks Kiswahili throughout. And that is also another plus, because the official language of this country is two, Kiswahili and English. So I'm happy that you're the one who does. Now add me 2 minutes for just praising you. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no, that is just a light note, because it's in the afternoon and people are tired, so they need something to laugh about. Mr. Speaker, I am happy with the COVID committee, although there is a little bit of an issue that I have, and they have worked diligently, and they have brought, and they have also had a lot of media coverage, especially this Senate Committee for COVID. And I think they've done a good job, and that they should continue, I accept. But I had a request long time ago that they should have gone to visit the county of Wajir in terms of its preparedness for COVID. Besides my own county being the county that has spent the COVID money to the cent, unfortunately, we have nothing to show for in the ground. Even some time back, somebody died of COVID because there was no simple thing like oxygen. And that is somebody who had worked for the county government of Wajir for 30 years. I mean, for the health sector for 30 years. And he died for lack of oxygen. So, Mr. Speaker, and we had requested as my senator and myself for this committee to visit Wajir County. And I feel a little bit let down on that ground. But other than that, I think all of you are a star. You have done us proud. And then also there's a lot of counties with no ICU beds still. So you wonder what happened to the COVID money that was given to governors. Up to now, we all don't know exactly what happened to that money. And I think if there was any fund that we need to do a special audit on, and this committee, before they close, that they should order the how many minutes do I have? Oh, okay. The special audit, for the Auditor General must carry out a special audit on COVID money on all the 47 counties, because I think these are people who are spending money on behalf of sick Kenyans, and they don't want, and I'm glad it's through the grace of God that Kenyans are not dying in their numbers. It's not because the county government have worked hard. It is just that God has felt that Kenyans should not die. And Mr. Speaker, this is one of the things that, the enemies of devolution use against counties, that people are wasting money to have counties set up, yet they are not doing what they are meant to do. Mr. Speaker, I think this committee, I also support and approve the extension just in case my time ends. But please, if you leave a legacy in terms of the COVID money, please do that. And even if you need a little bit more time, you let us know, we will approve. But that you must not leave, your term must not end without a report on what happened to the COVID money. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Asante sana kwa vile ambavyo umezungumza mzuri sana kabisa seneta, lakini hata huku hitaji muda wa ziada. Unazungumza kwa fasaha. Kwa hivyo wakati huu nitampatia fursa seneta wa Taveta, Seneta Mwaruma Jones.
Asante. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to correct you, it's Senator for Taita Taveta. When the Taita people hear you saying that it is Senator Taveta, there would be a bit disgruntled because the county is Taita Taveta with that mixture. For starters, let me start by supporting the motion that seeks to extend the mandate for the COVID-19 ad hoc committee. And secondly, to congratulate them because of their sterling performance in their mandate, which was really a gargantuan task that was geared towards managing and monitoring the management of the pandemic. The committee has said that they are seeking for the extension, not because they're desperate to remain there, but there is some work that is remaining, especially work to do with report writing. And we are waiting, really, Mr. Speaker, to see the type of report that would give us. That is the 10th report. We have gone through very good reports, 9 reports so far, and I know the final report would be the best one, and I would be wanting to see the recommendations therein, especially the recommendation then that would include handing over of the work that is remaining to the various standing committees. For example, we know that during the COVID period, there were very many people who lost jobs. Some of them must have lost their jobs without the regulations being followed. So this, we are waiting for the recommendations, especially in our Labor Committee, to see the people who are denied employment or their jobs without following the right procedure. Also in our counties, because, Mr. Speaker, most of these things are happening in our counties, and the management of COVID and its ravaging results really were happening in our counties. There are people who have not been paid their salaries because of one reason or the other, so we'd be wanting to know what type of recommendations would come from that committee. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the issue of corruption that has denied the counties facilities or health facilities. Given that health is devolved, would want to see the action point in terms of recommendations, because we are waiting for Auditor General's reports or audited reports on how the money was used by the counties. So we'd be wanting to know the people who are culpable and how the committee would recommend how those people would be dealt with. But most importantly also, the economy really was affected by the coronavirus. There are so many people who lost businesses, yet they have huge loans at the SMEs, banks, cooperatives, and so on. So we'd be wanting to see what the committee would propose as recommendations in how these people would be, the poor people in the villages would be assisted. Also would be wanting to see how to revamp the education sector, given that our people literally ate the fees that was supposed to be, the money that was supposed to be used for the fees. What would happen to these students who would be supposed to be going back to
ni hoja ipi ya
schools?
nidhamu ambayo unayo, Senator Ochilo yako?
Mr. Speaker, since this is a house of record, would I be in order to request my very good neighbor and brother to explain what it means eating the fees? How is the fees eaten, Mr. Speaker, since it is not food?
Senator Ledama Olekina.
Mheshimiwa Spika, ile jambo ambalo limemchanganya mwenzangu ni kwamba wewe unaongoza seneti hii leo kwa lugha ya Kiswahili. Sasa wakati anasema kukula ile hela aka translate directly into kwa Kizungu kusema ate the fees.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really, I've been speaking in English, and as you can see and judge for yourself, it was Queen's English. Only that if you got social media, most of the people are saying that the fees were eaten. But on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, people have already expended the monies that were supposed to go for fees. So would want maybe proposals that would be geared towards maintaining the students in school as the parents look for money to pay the fees. Lastly,
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Seneta Mwaruma, seneta wa Wadavida na Wataveta wote wa kule Timbila na pia Bura na Vesu na kwingineko, na pia na shahada ya masters ya kule Aga Khan University katika chuo cha Dar es Salaam. Kwa hivyo amesoma, amebobea. Sasa hivi nampa nafasi seneta wa Mandera, seneta engineer Mhandisi Mahmud Mohammed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me also join my other colleagues in supporting this motion for the extension of the mandate of the other committee on COVID-19 situation in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when the pandemic of COVID-19 struck the world almost come to an end, Kenya not excluded. Mr. Speaker, sir, when the history of this country will be written, it will record what institutions of this country have done to deal with this pandemic, Parliament included. Mr. Speaker, we are happy that the Senate, in its own wisdom, decided to form a ad committee to deal with this matter so that, they are seized of this matter so that the nation can see what needs to be done. Mr. Speaker, the committee has done very well, and I congratulate both the former chair and the current chair and the team for a job well done. Mr. Speaker, the committee has given progress report severally. Now I think they are dealing with the 9th report. And in fact, their report will be completed if we know what happened to the funding that was given to the counties by various institutions, national government, and also the donors. Mr. Speaker, what has become clear that this pandemic has thrown this country into some crisis. And the worst of the places affected, actually, if I see, is the education sector. Mr. Speaker, our children have been at home for the last, from March up to now. And in fact, the likelihood of going back to school, again, actually is very bleak. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Ministry of Education has been giving a lot of confused reports, and I think either they don't know what they are doing or they don't want to do anything. Mr. Speaker, the report dealt with many thematic areas: health issues, financial and social issues, social justice and public order issues, access to food, water, and sanitation issues, and other cross-cutting issues. Mr. Speaker, it will be important then for this committee to finalize this report, awaiting also the report from Auditor General and as far as how funds are being utilized, so that, when the report is received by this committee, we have a way forward. A way forward where we submit the report to various standing committees so that, it can be taken to a logical conclusion so that, issues that have affected this country can be dealt with. In fact, this country will require a recovery plan after COVID-19. It has not actually, it's not over yet. We are told the curve has been flattened, but only after we are told that COVID millionaires appeared. Billionaires, I think, when they appeared, is that suddenly the curve has flattened. But even yesterday, we can see the numbers have increased. I think there were 150 plus or so that have actually been positive. But the way we are moving now, I think the country has been partially opened. The curve is still on, but I think we are far from dealing with the issues, the effect of the pandemic. So, Speaker, sir, we need the committee in their recommendation within the next 30 days to come with recommendations that are actionable. Of course, that will go to the standing committees, but it must be, our report must be powerful so that, this government is told what needs to be done, the various levels of government. So, Speaker, sir, the worry is, with the pandemic, we are told there appeared some COVID millionaires. It's a shame. It's a shame on a system that actually benefits from people's misfortunes. The report comes from Auditor General. Let's not whitewash it so that, we shame those people who are behind it. Mr. Speaker, apart from maybe the COVID funds given to counties, we need also to audit the funds given to the national government. We are told even donations have been stolen. We are told even donations which have been given by various donors have been stolen. We also heard that the 4.5 billion shilling was being borrowed daily in the name of COVID-19. So because of all this, the work that has been done by the committee must be finalized. Finalized in the sense that it becomes a report which actually will guide this country how to proceed thereafter. We don't want this thing just as happened. Last night I watched, the night before I watched the debate between President Trump and the former Vice President Joe Biden. The issue of COVID-19, how they dealt with, how the American president dealt with, was actually one of the main agendas, which was a big criticism. Going forward, the way this country, the leadership of this country, dealt with COVID-19, leadership in the counties, leadership in the executive, leadership in various ministries dealt with it. The COVID-19 should be an issue for this country. It must be an issue so that, a crisis of this nature, which appears another time, must be, we know how to deal with them. It is not be just washed, and I'm happy this House, unlike the other House, has taken this action come with this COVID committee. In fact, I was sitting in the House Business Committee, when this idea was brought. The idea was even after we do this, or we do have a joint committee with the National Assembly. Of course, they didn't want it. But I think let us run away with this. We have done a fantastic job. Let us make sure our report is something of substance, a report that can be actionable. So I support.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Seneta Mhandisi Mahamud Muhammad. Unajua mimi na wewe tulifurushwa kwenye kamati ya bajeti na fedha baada ya mpurukuko ambao ulitokana na mgao wa tatu wa fedha. Sasa hivi nampa fursa hii seneta wa kutoka kule Kwale, Seneta Daktari Agnes Zani.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by congratulating this committee and the exemplary work that they have done, right from the time when it was chaired by Senator Sakaja and later by Senator Kasanga, who has gotten onto the steering wheel and is really steering this committee to greater heights. So it is only fair that they have come now and requested for time. Mr. Speaker, we've always extended time in this House to various committees. And I think to this committee especially, because if there's a committee that actually stayed through to their mandate and really did work that was clear for everybody to see at a very difficult time, it was this committee. Right from the onset, they presented their reports on time. They actually proposed a bill. Mr. Speaker, this whole issue of money bill is going to really be quite an issue for both the 11th Parliament and the 12th Parliament. And one way or another, we have to be able to solve it, because some of the recommendations that have been given or some of the issues that are addressed in that bill are very critical for the way we live. This committee, Mr. Speaker, looked at all the facets of life, really: economic, social, health, education. And already so many senators have talked about the impact of what this committee really looked at and trying to intervene on behalf of the Senate to ensure that these issues are heard very clearly. They're the most critical point in this committee. And at that point, they have run out of time, where they have mandated the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments. This is a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. It's been alluded to by everybody. Almost in all sectors, there are lots more questions than answers that are coming through. Whether it is in the education sector, as Senator Musuruve quite clearly and elaborately elaborated on, and Senator Mahmood, where we don't even know, like for example in the Education Committee, some of the schools are not ready, because these schools are meant to have masks for the children, they're meant to have social distancing for the children, they're meant to have sanitizers for the children. So it becomes very critical. We've been meeting various county officials and asking them about the level of preparedness for the opening of the schools. And most of them are saying that some of the funds, or most of the funds that were meant to go to them, they have not received. Mr. Speaker, it is worrying. When we saw this pandemic unfold, we saw some countries, we saw, for example, China putting up a very fortified forward movement in terms of trying to address the issue. We saw countries like Germany, for example, we saw countries like Sweden going out of their way to ensure that things worked appropriately at this particular time. I think it's been said already that there is a lot to be done. The whole idea of monitoring and oversighting to ensure that the evolving and the issue of looking at the situation of COVID situation in Kenya is addressed properly is very critical. 30 more days will allow them to do this. In fact, I think this part of what we're waiting for as a report from this committee, I think is going to be the most relevant and very exciting part. I really hope that the Auditor General will give a very special audit report that is very clear, and that gives us even a chance to follow through. I suspect that after the 30 days, we might even need a few more days for this committee to be able to extensively look at that report, because it will be major, because this committee touched on everything, right through health, education, and all these areas. So we are looking forward to this report. let this committee be given a bit of time so that by the time this audit report is received, it's received within a context of a committee that already is seized of the various matters, and they'll be able to articulate and present these views within the Senate. So I think 30 more days is appropriate, and I support that they be given this time so they can complete this work. We're proud of this committee. They've worked very, very well. I think they allowed the Senate to be seen, heard on the matter of COVID-19 situation in Kenya appropriately. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Senator Daktari Agnes Zani. Na ningelipenda kuomba kwa sababu wewe umetoka katika familia ambayo ina waandishi wakuu sana wa Kiswahili, kwamba tuwe na uzoefu wa kuzungumza lugha hii ya Kiswahili, hata ingawa nafikiri kulikuwa na mchakato mkali sana hapa kuhusu neno mzungumzishi, lakini nakuombeni kwa sababu ya wale ambao waliotufundisha Kiswahili katika shule ya msingi, Zakaria Zani na Teresia Zani, kwamba tuendelee vivyo hivyo. Ni watu ambao tunawaenzi zaidi. Sasa hivi ninampatia fursa hii Senator Mercy Chebeni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my voice on this. And I want to say that I support this motion on extension of the mandate of the committee. Senator Kathanga, as the chairperson, has really done a good job, and also Senator Sakaja did a good job as well. And the committee has really done very well and consistently updated this House on matters COVID, especially in the country. They've given us a report on the various sectors we have in our country, and also matters to do with our county governments, Mr. Speaker. I therefore appreciate the efforts in exposing, especially the level of preparedness in the health sector in our counties. We've had reports of how our health facilities were in really bad state, but over the time, Mr. Speaker, they've improved, and we've seen that we have ICU beds available and other issues, Mr. Speaker. The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that they've also brought out is the issue to do with KEMSA and supply of PPEs. It has become a big issue, but and they have really exposed this matter, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, they've done a good job. We're also looking forward to the audit of COVID funds. We want to know where this money has gone to. Have our counties really utilized this money in the sense that they were supposed to utilize them, or where have they gone? Mr. Speaker, I think COVID is still an issue globally, and therefore more work needs to be done, and this committee therefore needs to have its mandate extended. Mr. Speaker, you can see in our education sector, there's a lot of confusion, anxiety. Our children don't know whether they are going to go back to school. The issue of preparedness, we don't know whether our schools are really prepared. Do we have masks ready? Do we have, what are they called? These things. Issues of sanitizers, hand sanitizers, Mr. Speaker. So therefore, there's really need a lot of things to be done in the education sector, Mr. Speaker. How do we protect our teachers and students when and if we open our schools? The other issue, Mr. Speaker, that the committee needs to look at is issue to do with post-COVID interventions. We need to look at how our economy is going to recover. Therefore, we need strategies. We need the committee to recommend on post-COVID interventions, Mr. Speaker. How do we resuscitate our tourism sector? How do we have our youths running their SMEs again, Mr. Speaker? Therefore, I support this motion, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Senator Chebeni, mkimbiaji hodari sana. Sasa hivi nampa nafasi Senator Okongo Omugeni, Senator wa Nyamira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support the motion that is before the House. Mr. Speaker, this committee was set up to act as a link on our oversight role and on how effective the government has put in place measures to combat COVID-19. And we all can take judicial notice of the fact that COVID-19 is still causing serious negative effects on our country, including loss of lives. Mr. Speaker, just today we have received reports that we have lost the dear lives of 7 Kenyans. 184 Kenyans have tested positive. Yesterday we lost dear lives of 4 Kenyans. We had 151 Kenyans testing positive. So that's evidence that COVID is still with us, and we still need to put the government on toes to tell us, as the people's representatives, what measures we continue to put in place to effectively deal with this pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, there is really evidence that we still need this committee to act as an interlink between this House and the government. Mr. Speaker, the biggest challenge we are still facing is how effectively governors used money that was meant to combat COVID-19. You will be surprised, Mr. Speaker, that I think this committee has been able to only visit 2 regions, Meru region and the Coastal region. And I'm sure there are several parts of this country where this committee needs to visit to see whether there is any evidence on the ground confirming that money that was meant to put in place measures to combat COVID-19 was utilized for that purpose. In fact, I remember that when we had a meeting with CS Education, he assured the committee that there is water, piped water, available for all the students attending school in this country. And I had requested the committee to start by making a visit to even the county of Nyamira. And we ascertain their position on the ground. I would like to know whether Girigiri Primary School in my village has piped water, connected and flowing. I would like to know whether Nyakiore Primary School, where my mother was born, has piped water, connected and flowing. Because we must put the government on oversight, we must test the truthfulness of what they tell this House. I want to know whether in the county of Murang'a, where we have been told that a hospital was put up in 2 months, whether that is the true position on the ground. That way, Mr. Speaker, the final report that will come to this House will help this House to draw a conclusion whether the government has put in place measures to effectively tackle COVID. And if you look at best international practices, Mr. Speaker, an equivalent committee that was set up by the Senate in Australia in April is still receiving views up to now, from the citizens to be able to ascertain whether the government is effectively combating COVID-19 pandemic. So I think it is only fair, it's just, and in the best interest of this country that we extend the life of this committee for another 30 days. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Asante sana wakili wa kutajwa, seneta wa Nyamira, seneta Okong'o Mogeni, mtoto wa Nyamukami. Sasa hivi nampatia fursa hii seneta Hargura Godana, seneta wa Marsabit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join my colleague to applaud the work which has been done by members of this ad hoc committee. Mr. Speaker, as you remember, when this situation of COVID struck us, there was a lot of uncertainty. We didn't even know how to conduct our business as the Senate. The legislative oversight role was an issue because whatever happened, we could not abandon our oversight role. And this committee became a crucial way of us oversighting the government, the executive that is, on how they were responding to the situation as it was unfolding. I'd like to thank the members because they had to learn quickly how to do their meetings online, and they did many of them, over 90 meetings, produced their reports while they're still meeting online, managed to do county visits, managed to interact with the different sectoral actors in terms of seeing what was going on, how each particular sector was responding to this pandemic, and they managed to come up with good reports which they tabled in this House and which were discussed. Mr. Speaker, We are still in the COVID pandemic period. We are not yet out of the woods yet. So, and that's why I'm even thinking that the 30 days could not be enough for the committee to finish its task, because this is an unfolding task. And you can see what we are going through. As we continue, we come to situations where funds are being misappropriated. The committee must have taken a lot of time to interrogate, especially the KEMSA issue, and generally how the COVID funds were used. We know very well counties were provided with these funds, and we need a report on how they actually utilize the funds. We know that the committee has asked the Office of the Auditor General to carry out audit, and we also need to have that report discussed once it's ready. I commend the committee, especially through its leadership, Senator Sakaja and now Senator Sylvia, because I normally like listening to BBC, and they have been having interviews even on BBC, which is an international media, bringing out this issue, especially on the issue of the KEMSA saga. And that way the world will know that we may not be a sensitive nation, because if we are misappropriating funds which are intended to save the lives of Kenyans during these trying times, then we are not a sensitive nation. But be as it may be, we expect to get the report from the Auditor General, and I expect this committee to be there. So we formed the ad hoc committee when the standing committees were there. So this issue of handing to standing committees might be a breakdown in actually facilitating the follow-up on this issue of COVID. So I think it's better we extend. I support the extension of time. And even if they need more than 30 days, we need to extend until we conclude. Thank you.
Asante sana mhandisi Hargura kwa maoni yako hayo, Seneta. Lakini sasa hivi nafikiri mwenyekiti ameomba tu ruksa ya siku 30. Sasa hivi nampa fursa seneta wa kule ni Kakamega, ni Busia, ni Baringo, Seneta Petronila Were, seneta wa Kenya.
Yes. Asante sana mwenyekiti. Utaniruhusu niongee kwa lugha inayo yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ngoja kidogo, Mheshimiwa Seneta Petronila, hakuna lugha ambayo haikubaliki. Bora iwe ni ya heshima, lakini sio lazima uongee kwa ufasaha.
Yes.
Kiswahili ni Kiswahili. Asante.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Because you spoke in Swahili, I got into the mood for Swahili, then I realized I can't sustain the conversation beyond 2 sentences. So you'll allow me to continue with English, and also join my colleagues in supporting the extension of the mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, when we first had our first case of the coronavirus, we quite didn't know how to behave, as ably done, presented by Senator Hagura. And there were arguments of whether or not we should even sit as a parliament in the midst of this. But then we also argued that the executive arm is not closing down. Why should the legislative arm close? And therefore we decided, since since Kenyans are going to suffer and we may face certain deaths, we still need to respond to the needs of these Kenyans whom we serve. And therefore the idea of the ad hoc committee on the COVID situation, in COVID-19 situation in Kenya, was agreed upon. And Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that they have done a tremendous job, having 92 meetings and coming up with several reports. Almost every week they had a report for us, in which they elucidated the issues, divided the issues in various themes, and gave us a very good oversight report, both at the management of the virus at the county level and at the national level. Mr. Speaker, why I support the extension is because COVID is still with us here. We still need them to focus, rather than having these issues taken to a standing committee of health, for example, where many other matters are handled, it's better we maintain this committee, ably chaired by Senator Architect Kasanga, who has done a great job. We give this committee to continue focusing on the issues because COVID is still here with us. In fact, now it's being declared an endemic, not just a pandemic, meaning we are going to learn how to live with it. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need to know what happens after COVID. How is our life when now it's an endemic? The post-COVID life. For example, opening of schools, opening of churches fully and not just for 100 or 200 people. How are we resuming our life? How is the government coming in to cushion, especially the small and medium enterprises that have been hard hit by this coronavirus? How are we going to make sure that Kenyans are back on their feet and that we resume our life? So this committee still has some work to do. And I also want to join that we give them beyond 30 days when it calls for it. Thank you.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Seneta Petronila Were. Nafikiri unaweza kupata kopa la maji. Sasa hivi nampatia fursa hii Seneta wa Narok, Seneta Ledama Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, this House pronounces itself through motions. And March 31st was a very interesting day in this country, where this House saw it necessary to set up this committee of COVID-19. Today, 1st of October, almost 6 months down the line, we're sitting again to discuss the issue of extending the mandate of this committee. Mr. Speaker, sir, one of my biggest pet peeves is that in this country, Parliament is now taken for granted. A few weeks, I think earlier this week, I witnessed what was called as a COVID conference to discuss the way forward in terms of the preparedness of this country. That was essentially a time for the executive to praise themselves, rate themselves on what they have done. What I expected on that particular day was this committee on COVID to be given an opportunity to be able to tell the country what they have done in all the thematic areas that this House mandated them to be able to play the oversight role. Mr. Speaker, sir, on matters health issues, this country has failed. The interest has been more on commodity rather than the interest of the people. This committee has attempted to be able to pierce all those interests, but of course, because of the limitation, they have not been able to succeed. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have witnessed a situation where a lot of our health workers have died because of supposedly lack of PPEs. Well, we know now that they're actually soon going to be rotting at the KEMSA warehouses because of lack of accountability. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of economic and finance issues, we'll be told by the executive that they set aside billions to be used to cushion our small traders. But the truth of the matter is that most of our people are jobless. They cannot be able to pay their mortgages. They cannot be able to pay their rents. Yet we still talk about, our committees doing the work. I think we may need to start looking at things differently. We must be pragmatic in our way forward. The 30 days which are being sought by this committee, although earlier on I was actually against it, I would plead now with the able chairperson, Senator Kasanga, to take the 30 days and try to come up with a way that this House will be able to put its foot down when it comes to the issue of oversight. The key, most important thing is on the social, public order, and human rights. That will all be affected. It will be affected mostly because of the challenges that we have. if the executive, which was rating itself of how good they have done, the ministries, and we know most of them from the audit report that we got yesterday, because on full disclosure, Mr. Speaker, I sit in the Health Committee and we share a podium with the chairperson of the COVID-19 funds, committee, not funds. And one of the things that came out clear yesterday, through the Auditor General report, which I'm actually very pleased with the current auditor, because she did a fantastic job. She went ahead and investigated thoroughly. And what she came up with is a damning report that if I were the investigating officer or the prosecution office in this country, the first thing I would do is to move to court, just like they've been doing with governors, and seek orders that the chairperson, the entire board, the entire management of KEMSA are out of office. Why is it that they're being selective? I think what is there is that for this House, because we pronounce ourselves through motions and bills, you know, this committee attempted to come up with a bill. It went to the lower house. It was termed as a money bill. So we couldn't succeed there. But now, moving forward, so that all these thematic areas can make sense, and we can be able to say, yes, we did not just spend money. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll seek one more minute.
Sawa, dakika moja nyingine.
You know, for the money that we have spent in this ad hoc committee to make sense to the people of this country, I think it is about time that we take these reports, we take these recommendations, pass a motion, discuss a motion, and I'm happy that at least all these report on these thematic areas, because it's not only on the Health Committee, even on the Finance and Budget, and also on the public accounts, because it comes with the issues of audit. The report should be handed to standing committees with timelines where we expect to get feedback on the way forward. Otherwise, we will just be spending taxpayers' money like we did in the MES ad hoc committee, and at the end of the day, we come up with a report that will not even be able to help us move forward. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would say that it's about time that in this country, we pay attention to issues that will be able to help us move forward. We must be pragmatic. We must be honest. And most importantly, all those people who are tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that the people in our hospital, particularly our men and women who help, the health workers, are actually provided with enough resources, not getting into a scheme where it is selective. Some people here get into some corrupt deals. In fact, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you read the report on the COVID funds, which was brought to our committee yesterday by the Auditor General, you will cry. The entire process was merely a supplier-driven. Where things are driven, you know, the suppliers go, they make a deal. They make a deal with the people at KEMSA. And then when they see that they have no money, they say, you know what, since it's an emergency, let's dig our hand in this other bag, which is of the universal healthcare, and use that funds to say we are funding COVID expenditures, which until today, Mr. Speaker, they are rotting in the KEMSA offices. No approval, and yet we are sitting down and saying that we are playing our role. Mr. Speaker, the executive, parliament, and judiciary must now have a conference which the three arms of government will be given enough time to be able to say the rot in each of those institutions and find a way to be able to have, you know, milestones on how we can be able to cure the entire rot. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, after 5 years, having diligently served this House, we will go back. Some of us will come back, others will go and become governors, others will become, maybe the chairperson of this committee will decide to continue being an architect or come back here, and will not have done anything. We would have just lined our pocket for 5 years, and this parliament would have enjoyed being called waheshimiwas, but the end result is that we will be cast. And for generations, we will pay, our children will pay, because when we had an opportunity to be pragmatic, to be honest, we failed. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you, and I hope that the 30 days will mean something to Kenya.
Asante sana Seneta Wanarok, Seneta Ledama Olekina kwa hotuba nzuri uliotoa, lakini ningependa kukusema kwamba kila bidhaa ina bei. Kwa hiyo ni muhimu sana pia tujiangazie sisi kama bunge la Seneti. Sasa hivi nampatia fursa kwa sababu hamna mtu yote ambaye amesalia katika orodha yangu, na nampa fursa sasa hivi mtoa hoja, mwenyekiti wa kamati hii maalum, Seneta Sylvia Kasanga aweze kumalizia kujibu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honestly, I am overwhelmed by the sentiments of all the senators who have contributed. I was truly terrified today that we would not get that extension. Mr. Speaker, we had actually sought for a 6-month extension when we started, because we realized our work is such that we needed to even visit a few more counties. And I feel Senator Wajir County, because he had specifically requested that we should visit Wajir County. So I feel the frustration. The senator for Taita Taveta had also expressed his frustration that even after giving a statement, we still hadn't been able to visit his county, even when we visited the Coast region. And Mr. Speaker, I have come to realize, even at this level of being in Senate, which is the highest house in the highest seat or possible place you can be in this country, the level of lobbying is unbelievable. I thought when you put a request and because you're doing a good job, then it should be automatic, you should be granted. I've realized it doesn't work like that. I was told you're not going to get 6 months, out of the question. I asked why. Well, there are no budgets. Some members don't want you to continue sitting. I'll state it as the truth. Because honestly, 30 days means the only thing we can do is a report. And truly speaking, there were still many requests that were out there for some of the work we should have done. But that said, we are happy to hand over, and what we are going to do and what we are pledging to do is that we shall do a proper handing over. And I like the suggestion from Senator Olekina that we give recommendations handing over to each standing committee with clear timelines, so that then we are sure that the follow-up is going to happen, Mr. Speaker. I have to give credit to my committee members because we are the ones who pulled the lead on what is happening at KEMSA. We are going to take credit for that because it was in our first interactions where we brought out the issue of pricing at KEMSA. The Health Committee now is seized of it, and the investigations are going on, as you have heard. And it is my hope, because within 30 days, I'm sure we shall leave the Health Committee handling it. I am hopeful, because we have senators like Senator Olekina, who are keen to unearth, the truth about how our funds, our taxpayers' money is used. So I am hopeful that we shall see the end of this circus, I call it. It's a real circus, I tell you. And we know the investigations now are in full view of public. The Auditor General's report yesterday, which she tabled, was very detailed. In fact, now I can say we look forward to her audits of the county use of COVID funds, because if the detail which she brought yesterday, which was just a preliminary report, then you can look forward. And senators, you need to be seized of these reports, the way you did for the control of budget. Then you can put your governors to task over some of these issues. Mr. Speaker, Senator Mutula did bring up the issue of education, that as a committee we should have, spoken or brought it out, or, put our word out there on the issue of education. And yes, there's a lot of confusion on education. And yes, the clarity is not there. And Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when I was invited to the conference that happened on Monday, and it was with a lot of disappointment, of course, that we didn't get a chance to even interact, because conferences are supposed to allow for Q&A, where we can ask also a few questions. Some of us were ready with our notes to interact. Then I realized there's no time to interact. So all we had to listen to is, government scoring itself and not giving us an opportunity also to weigh in on some of the challenges. Oh, I didn't realize I had time. So, Madam Speaker, the issue of education is delicate. Our children are out there. There is push that schools should reopen. Our children have been affected by being at home. A lot of them, gender-based violence has happened to a lot of our children. Hunger as well, because many relied on school for food. And many, many, many other issues that are forcing, the government to be put to pressure to open schools. But the president did pronounce himself. And as a committee, although we had not discussed this issue, it will be a personal opinion that I would have to speak on and just say, in the 30 days we've been given, it will not even probably be possible now to even answer this question in detail, because the Senator Mutula did raise it. And we shall happily leave it to the Education Committee, and we shall give a recommendation on this particular issue with timelines to the Education Committee so that they can be the ones now to report back to the House, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy and I thank the senators for all their contributions towards the work this committee has done. And once again, the committee members have been most committed to this cause, and it was not an easy one. All those 92 meetings, and probably we're going to have another maybe 4 or 5 or 6 before we wind up and table our final report. But I do pray that the Office of the Speaker will give us the support we need for us to be able to finish our work well. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you, and I request that members will vote a yes to this extension. Thank you.
I note that this is, order senators, I note that this is a matter that does not affect counties, and I therefore proceed to put the question, which is that, aware that at the sitting held on Tuesday, 31st March 2020, the Senate, by resolution, established an ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation with a mandate to oversight actions and measures taken by the national and county governments in addressing the spread and effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in Kenya. Appreciating that the mandate of the Select Committee is due to lapse on Wednesday, 30th September 2020. Acknowledging that the committee has undertaken a tremendous amount of work in the execution of its mandate and has regularly tabled in the Senate progress reports on its work. Aware that the committee directed the Auditor General to undertake a special audit on the utilization of funds allocated to and appropriated by the 47 county governments in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, and that the report thereon, once received, will require to be considered by the committee. Noting that the COVID-19 situation in the country continues to evolve. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves to renew the mandate of the ad hoc committee on the COVID-19 situation in Kenya by a further period not exceeding 30 days of this resolution to enable the committee continue to monitor and oversight the evolving COVID-19 situation in the country and to table its final report in the Senate. As many as of that opinion say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 9, the Sectional Properties Bill, National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2019, second reading.
Honorable Senators, this one has to be deferred so that it goes for division. So the matter is deferred. Next order.
Order number 10, the Community Health Services Bill, Senate Bill number 5 of 2020, second reading.
Senator Musuruve, you had a balance of 13 minutes. But you can keep it short so that the rest can also contribute.
I cannot. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill by Senator Dr. Zani. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the bill by Dr. Zani is just handy at a time like this, when we are talking about the Big Four agenda of health, one of the Big Four agenda of health, and ensuring service delivery at the counties. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, as a mandate, as a Senate, we have to ensure that services are delivered at the county. And this bill, Honorable Speaker, was actually sanctioned by the fact that it has international legal instruments. Honorable Speaker, we remember very well that the Abuja Declaration stated that 15% of the national county revenue should go to health, and Kenya is one of the signatories of the Abuja Declaration. And apart from this, Honorable Speaker, Kenya also signed and ratified the Alma Ata Declaration, which actually gave, recognized that there is need for individual and community participation in planning and implementation of their own health. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that when we are talking about people-led initiatives, they actually become sustainable, because people will want to own the projects, will want to be part of the project, and the attitude will be positive. So this bill guarantees sustainability of community health services at the ground. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that one of the tenets that is really noble, that we must cherish as a Senate in this bill, is the tenet of public community involvement in community health services. Because once it is owned, at the community level, then it will be very successful. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the Ministry of Health, in the second strategic plan, actually now shifted their focus on health issues from the national level. It cascaded to the county level and to the ground, where the Ministry of Health affirmed that, yes, there's need to emphasize that issues of health should be devolved at the county level. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, the ministry even asserted that, yes, the community health services should be categorized in the level of, in the classification of level 1. And even though they came up with this initiative, suggestion, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that there was no legal framework to mandate that. And it was not really enshrined in law. But the fact that this bill is coming on board, it now brings in the framework of ensuring that community health services is categorized in level 1, and not only categorized in level 1, it is also operational, and not only operational, it is also supported fully by the county governments. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that this bill mandates the county government to also be actively involved in ensuring that health services reach out to the common man. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that one of the important issues about this bill is that the bill seeks to bring services closer to the community. And apart from that, the bill also seeks to give provision for capacity building at county level in terms of health. And when it comes to this bill also, health workers also, community health workers have a role to play out there. Now, I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that when it comes to services, health services back at the counties, the people who are really on the ground, even before people go to level 2, level 3, facilities, are the health workers, and they're known in even the community. And I want to support this bill because it also empowers the community itself to choose even the health workers in a baraza. So there's no single time that a CEC will arrogate, that work to himself, because the community will be involved. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, public participation and community involvement is very important, because you'll find also just in Mashinani, sometimes children die below the age of 5 years simply because of poor nutrition. Sometimes we have maternal death simply because of lack of advice. But the community health workers come on board to give advisory, opinion on issues of disease, on issues of nutrition. And you'll find, Honorable Speaker, back in Mashinani, sorry for using the Mashinani, but in the counties you'll find, in a situation where people are harvesting maize, sometimes you'll find even mothers who are expectant, mothers who are lactating, sometimes they feed on maize in the morning during harvest time, lunchtime maize, and supper maize, without knowing that they need to have a balanced diet. And these workers come on board to advise on the best nutrition. Sometimes even people are not aware that they have the balanced diet around themselves. Like in a situation where you eat maize mixed with beans, maize is carbohydrates, beans is proteins, and even avocados or guavas, vitamin C, and even vegetables, that is roughage. That brings out someone who is, really balanced. Even children who are, balanced in terms of nutrition. But there are instances when people do not have this advice. So the community health worker brings on board this advice, which is very important. We have to see, according to this bill, it also helps, close the gap of maternal health. Not only close, reduce the gap, and if it is followed up to the latter, then it will bring maternal health and maternal mortality rate down and to a stop, and also infant mortality rate will come to a stop. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that it is important that the county government, in fact, what I like about this bill, Honorable Speaker, it makes and obligates the county government to be involved in the issues of health. So there is no way the county government will abdicate this role, because it will be enshrined in the law. And even constitutionally, the county government cannot say that it does not have money to pay health, community health workers, because constitutionally, the county government is allowed to actually source resources and get ways, look for ways of having its own resources in order to provide services, on the ground. So I want to say, Honorable Speaker, that even in this bill, community health workers are supposed to be paid. And I want to suggest, Honorable Speaker, even to Dr. Zani, when you're talking about payment of community health workers, if we can have a standard way or a standard form of paying community workers, it can be very good for this bill, because some counties can end up paying 35,000 to community health workers, others will pay 15, others will pay even the pay of a house help, even 5,000, even 8,000. We have seen, and Dr. Zani sits with me in the Committee of Education, and we've seen disparities when it comes to payment of ECD teachers, where some counties are paying 34,000, and others are paying 15,000, and others are paying as low as 10. So if it is also captured, in this law, that there's a standard way, so that there's an amount of money that is paid for this, it can be very good, Honorable Speaker. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, this bill also gives and accords employment opportunities even to health workers back at home, and it also ensures that community health workers also are sensitized in terms of technical information, because the national government will also be mandated to give technical information when it comes to issues of health, and both levels of government will also work together in developing policies, and the county government also needs to have budgetary allocation for community health workers, because community health workers are not in the periphery. Community health workers are supposed to be extension workers in the medical field. And the extension workers in the medical field are very important, Honorable Speaker. So there's need actually, and I believe that my fellow senators will also speak and ventilate on this bill and ensure that this bill goes to the next level and becomes law for the purpose of ensuring that we are delivering, not only for the child, not only for the mother, but for all communities in the counties. Honorable Speaker, I support this this bill. Thank you.
Senator Olekina Ledama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not so sure whether I want to support this bill the way it is. But because of my dear good friend, Senator Zani, I'm going to support this bill with various sets of amendments for it not to be utopian. Madam Speaker, having community health workers versus volunteers is a huge burden to counties. And I want us to be a bit pragmatic when it comes to issues, finances in our counties. Madam Speaker, we spent 3 years trying to come up with a revenue formula. In fact, I want to thank the Parliamentary Budget Office, and I hope that in subsequent years, this Parliamentary Budget Office can be divided into two, where the National Assembly have their own office, and the Senate has its own office. And this is the reasons why. Most of our bills that we pass here, we work so hard. They end up at the Parliamentary Budget Office, and when they are scrutinized on their implication financially, they are referred back, and they actually decided that they are money bills. Madam Speaker, when we talk about community health workers, and what this bill does is that it separates the community health workers from the formal health workers. Madam Speaker, what troubles me on this bill is that you see that there are structures which are already in place when it comes to, reporting mechanism, governing structures. Now, what this bill is doing, it is taking the community health worker, putting him aside without considering the budget. And let me try to break this down so that we can all understand what we're dealing with. A county like Kakamega will need a minimum of 8,000 workers. 8,000 community health workers. These community health workers will have a head, the person who will say is in charge, will report directly to the CC in charge of health. And remember, community health workers serve level 1 hospitals. When you now go to the formal structure, level 2, 3, 4, and 5, their reporting mechanism is defined in the Health Act. They go all the way to the MOH, I think it used to be called MOH, they go to the Director of Medical Services, and then eventually they end up at the CC in charge of health, where they can be able to discuss. But when you now come up with a burden, financial burden, where in this country we are alive to the fact that there is something called minimum wage, and particularly to a health worker. A health worker would be required
Order,
to
Senator,
be
there is
paid.
an intervention by Senator Lokorio.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, I don't want to interrupt the flow of thought of Senator Olekina, but I'll just raise a point of information and inform him that the community service volunteers
I hope
or
you want to
workers.
be informed by Senator Lokorio.
Okay.
Proceed.
Thank you for acknowledging that you don't know everything. So, the community health workers or community health volunteers are not at level 1. They are at household level. Yes, so the people who are at level 1 are what we call community health extension workers, who are already what we call the CHUs, who are already in the system, and they are actually enjoy what we call the things workers enjoy. They enjoy leave, they enjoy pension, they enjoy medical insurance, and so on. So what the bill is talking about is the ones who are at household level. The only connection they have with level 1 is reference. So when they come to a household and find somebody here has had fever for 2-3 days, then they refer them to level 1. Thank you.
I hope you're well informed. Senator Olekina.
Madam Speaker, I'm very grateful because it is in line with my submissions. So we've got these Jews who are now made by this bill to report directly to the CEC in charge of health, bypassing the entire formal structure where they are supposed to work. The Jews want to be the head of these community health workers. The community health workers, this bill is proposing to pay them a wage, at least at minimum wage, which is 14,500. Madam Speaker, we have a huge burden in our counties. We know, we are alive to the fact that health is devolved. But health being devolved, you know, money stays in the Ministry of Health here. Tell me, how is Kakamega County, as an example that I used, going to afford, on an annual basis, 1.4 billion shillings to pay the community health workers who are in the household? Madam Speaker, this bill has very good intentions. But my thinking was, before we even proceed so far in terms of discussing this bill, I sit in the health committee and I had a lot of problems trying to understand how each county is going to be able to afford to pay these community health workers. If, Madam Speaker, this bill was proposing just to find a way to have them as volunteers, it would make sense. But then actually also put them through the formal structure and make sure that everything in this bill is aligned to existing laws, such as the Health Act. Madam Speaker, one of my biggest problems that we have in this country is that these institutions, the three arms of government, executive, the legislative arm of government, judiciary, we all want to do good for this country, but we don't talk to each other. If today the Ministry of Health would sort of like loosen up its grip on revenue, and we're able to devolve more funds, and we can guarantee that these community health workers, when we pass a law in this house, because these people will become pensionable. These people will, where will we get that money? These people will have a right to join a union or even form a union, where we'll end up having the same problems we are having today in this country. 2 days ago, a patient died in the queue of Kenyatta National Hospital because that patient could not be able to get medical support. The patient died because the health workers there were not happy with what they are supposed to be paid. So I just think that before we proceed further, I think it will be important for the sponsor of this bill to sit down with the Parliamentary Budget Office and to get proper advice in terms of the financial implication. That is issue number one. Number two, we look at the existing health bills, acts, which are there, to see whether this bill, which now want to set, sort of like treat the community health workers separate from all the other, from level 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, whose structures are already clear. Madam Speaker, unless we can be able to give counties conditional grants where we sit down, talk to Treasury, when it comes to the issue of CARA, when it comes to the issue of DORA, we are very clear. And we say we have got 47 billion shillings, which 1 billion is for every county to be able to fund these community health workers. This country will not afford that. And let us be realistic. We've had a big challenge, so I want this bill to make sense. As we go, like today, members of the health committee, who I happen to be one of them, are in Mombasa. They are going through the public participation metrics to be able to understand what did those stakeholders who participated, who came in and gave their views in terms of this bill, what were their objections, or what were the pros and cons? What were the contributions? What did they want changed? So that we ensure that this bill sees the light of day, and it doesn't just becomes another piece of legislation that is there and it becomes impossible to be able to operationalize it. Madam Speaker, I sit in the Public Accounts and Investment Committee, and every time a governor appears there, the first question we ask the governor is, how much of your budget have you given it to the health department? Most governors will say between 30 and 40% of the budget. Now, without coming up with additional funds, we want to be able to take more money again to these counties. And now, let's say for each county, health is important, 50% of your budget. What happened to all the other services? So I think it is imperative that we become pragmatic, we become realistic. When we propose very, very good things, but for them to make sense, Madam Speaker, we must be pragmatic. You know, this country and this House is now in limbo, you know, somewhat, because of the two-thirds gender rule. And earlier on, I was having a good discussion with my dear sister, Senator Farhia, and I said, this issue of gender has completely been defined differently now. It is not the traditional man and woman, you know, that we know. It now comes into the issue of where it's a social construct. You say, I view myself more as a man, or I view myself more as a woman. In fact, if you look at the population census, we had a lot of intersex in this country. Things are changing, you know? So let us not just push things which becomes difficult to be able to ensure that they can be implemented, because then we'll be wasting our time. So, Madam Speaker, I want to summarize by saying the following. For us to be able to make an informed decision in this House, and for this bill not to be killed in the lower house, we must involve the Parliamentary Budget Office, number one. Number two, before we conclude debate on this bill, Madam Speaker, it will be important for all the members, the 67 members, and particularly the 47 delegations, which will be voting for this bill, to be able to read the committee report and understand what are the challenges, because we've got procedures. And I think, Madam Speaker, this is why earlier on, even in House business, we're saying, I think it would be important that before a bill is moved, we have the committee report. We go through.
Senator, please try to wind up so that
But I thought I had my minutes.
Yes, I want to reduce time after you so that others can also speak. We have a whole list of 7 waiting. So I'm trying to hurry you up. How many more minutes
do I have? So I can. No, you're not the speaker. How many more minutes?
Just try to wind up.
5 minutes, okay. All right. Within the 5 minutes, I'll be able to, I think I was finishing, but then I got a little bit, I'm looking at my notes here. Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate what I said. Let us not be utopian. Let us be realistic to the facts. Like Laikipia County alone, 60% of its wage bill is on the health services. Now, when we have more, and I've not seen the majority leader telling me he's going to lobby for a conditional grant for each county, for Narok County to get 2 billion, for Kakamega County to get maybe 2 billion as well, because of the population. This will not make sense. I hope and I believe that the sponsor of the bill will be able to consider some of the issues that we've brought in, and particularly making sure that this community health workers are in the same line with all the other health workers. Let them follow, different steps. In fact, the majority leader will tell you, before he decides to run for president, he actually rose up. He became a member of parliament, he got into the Senate, and now he's progressing further, and maybe he might want to run for president. But you cannot have a community health worker. And Madam Speaker, this is very, very important. And in my last minute, because we are dealing with a lot of bills that are coming in here, which all are around this issue of health. In fact, we have another one, highly contagious one, that we are going to be discussing in the next maybe 1 or 2 weeks, which I hope we can kill it, the reproductive health bill, where now you are taking away the importance of a doctor to be able to advise, and you are bringing somebody who has got basic training, and you are putting them there to decide whether somebody should live or die. So, Madam Speaker, in summary, to end in 30 seconds, I would plead with the sponsor of the bill to spend time with the Parliamentary Budget Office so that we can know the real financial implication on this bill. Number 2, realign these community volunteers, remove the word workers and make them volunteers. Because when you bring someone in as a worker, you have to think about their pension, you have to think about the fact that they can decide to join a union and nothing stops them, and that they will continue doing their work without any interference. Otherwise, Madam Speaker, I rest my case there.
Senate Majority Leader, Senator Pogisio.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to support this bill. Madam Speaker, it's very important that the bill that speaks about community health workers be supported. The infrastructure of the community, of the health sector, Madam Speaker, should be buttressed by the level where the community is healthy from the beginning, the primary health situation in every community. Madam Speaker, you have seen that since the COVID protocols, where we wash our hands, we keep distances, where we have had to wear masks. Madam Speaker, because of just those protocols, Madam Speaker, certain common diseases, some basic things like there's no more people just going to hospitals. People have stopped going to hospital for basic things. It means, Madam Speaker, that we need a level at the community. That would just help people understand some of these basic things. They used to be there, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am a product of a parent who used to be a community health worker. My father was one of the first, actually the first, in the category called the dresser, those days, which is almost the same level as a community health worker. Trained, though, trained to be able to identify health issues and to dispense certain basic drugs. Madam Speaker, my father was the first one in his entire area of Kachaliba constituency. He's the first person to bring modern medicine to that area. And I know, Madam Speaker, because in his home, which I happened to grow in, it was always a health-conscious home. And I believe that if we had a lot of work to do, Madam Speaker, it was for him to go around even just telling people to build latrines. And that was, if we had those issues taken care of. And so I am a very big proponent of community health workers. I come from a community that is mobile and nomadic. And you know, Madam Speaker, that we can tell from our own lifestyles that there are basic things around our lifestyles that just require somebody in those homes and villages to tell us about clean water, how to wash, how to, basic, when you start showing symptoms of certain diseases, basic malaria and others, we need those people. For the same reason that we would need mobile schools, we need people who are in the community who are going to identify. Madam Speaker, I also want to resonate with, I think, some of the things that Olekina, Senator for Narok, has said here. It is true. And I think out of principle, Madam Speaker, any bill that comes to this House that is very likely to be baptized as money bill, I think the input of our Parliamentary Budget Office is always very important. Anytime you introduce any money into a bill, in terms of creating an employment or something like that, it's always very important because that determines how that bill goes. Because it's going to face the National Assembly, and most likely anything like that will be termed a money bill, and then we could easily lose it. So I want to clearly support what Senator Lekina says. The Parliamentary Budget Office always, and I thought it should
be... Majority Leader, there is an intervention by Senator Zani.
Is it information or is it?
Is it information? You want information from Senator Zani?
Thank you, Speaker. Senator Pogisho, I did not mean to interrupt your thoughts, but having listened to Senator Olekina and to Senator Pogisho on the issue of money bill, I've been a victim of this money bill for a long time, so I'm very aware. And any bill, we try as much as possible to circumvent so that it's not a money bill. The way this bill is structured is so that we're dealing with what has been already appropriated to the counties, so that we are not asking the budget office here to do the appropriation from here. And the counties already have a fund. Many of the counties already even have bills and they're paying. What we're asking them to do is do a framework. So that is the way, because Senator Mugeni here is asking me, how have you circumvented the money bill? So I just thought, Honorable Speaker, that I just mentioned this even as we go on, that has been cushioned in there so that we have the money that has already been appropriated to the counties that already governors are giving, just for it to be more streamlined and for a framework to be put into place for the workers. Thank you.
Some more information? You want more information from Senator Farhia?
All right, as long as my time is...
I just want to correct the assertion that money bill is any appropriation from consolidated fund, not from the county funds. That is still our mandate. It is from consolidated fund. It is the way money bill is identified. But because the way, what is it called, National Assembly would just like to put everything as money bill, but the way the interpretation we got of money bill is money from consolidated fund, but this one is from county funds.
Thank you very much for all that information. I just know that as soon as it smells of money, speaks of money, you know, it goes to the other house, there's always a challenge. And so, Madam Speaker, I really wanted just to emphasize this point, that we need this bill, and whatever it takes, we must protect this bill. We must make this bill work. We must then, therefore, at third reading, bring out whatever we need to bring so that we make it a credible bill, a bill that can actually be supported and not lost. Because I think, as we have spoken, the other thing that we should never leave a bill to the mercies of the CECs. Because, you know, CECs are political animals as well. And I tell you, so one of the things about recruiting people through those people, I think we must find a way of qualifications that do not require any opportunity for anyone to be biased against anybody. But to say that they will be selected from a public baraza, I think I am beginning to see that we may have to really think of a more critical way of appointing those people without just having, because I mean, a baraza can decide, politics can be brought in, segregation can come in. And so we need to have another way of making sure that we have a credible list that then becomes the list of the community health workers. Madam Speaker, there is absolutely no reason why counties cannot even budget for community health workers, because it does help them. It reduces the number of referrals. It reduces the congestion in our hospitals. It reduces congestion at level 1, level 2, let alone level 3, 4, 5. So I would like very much to say that whatever it takes, and I think all those who have amendments to it, or the way we come to third reading, and that we must then be able to bring our minds together and to ring fence this particular bill for it to succeed. Madam Speaker, I just want to say I support. Thank you.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo.
Madam Speaker, thank you for also giving me a chance to make my contribution to this very good initiative of coming up with a community bill by Senator Zani. And Madam Speaker, the opportunity to listen to contributions that were made by stakeholders during public participation. And I also know that this bill has quite some support across the country. But I want to be very pragmatic. And in a way, I want to make a proposal to my good friend Senator Zani that going forward, you should consider the views that are being expressed on this floor so that you can actually save this bill. The majority leader will tell you, Senator Pogisho, that we had so many meetings. I was privileged to be the one who was trying to have discussions between the National Assembly and the leadership of the Senate, bringing together the speakers of both houses, the leadership of both houses, in trying to deal with this animal called money bill. What's money bill? In line with Article 109, 5, and Article 114. And we were unable to agree. And that's what led us to go to court and argue that issue before the High Court with a hope that for once and for all, the High Court will come up with a definition that creates some clarity on what is a money bill. I'm saying this because you know that we have passed very, very progressive bills. I sympathize with my friend, Senator Sylvia Kasanga. She came up with a fantastic mental health bill. And we debated, we thought it was a very good idea. When it went to the National Assembly, it was killed on that, excuse that it's a money bill. And I remember in our discussions, we tried to understand where the National Assembly is coming from. And they argued that any bill that emanates from the Senate and creates new offices that will create new salaries and new positions, according to them, that will be a money bill. So if we allow this bill to pass, because I've looked at it and it's creating a number of offices, it will certainly meet the same fate like what befell the bill that was brought by Senator Kasanga. Madam Speaker, you remember we came up with the pandemic response bill with fantastic ideas, I mean, a very progressive bill that was providing solutions on how we deal with COVID-19 pandemic. Again, when it reached the National Assembly, returned to sender. It died. So if we are not careful, Senator Zani, if we process this bill the way it is, it will go to the National Assembly, and I assure you, they will send it back. Because lawyers in the House will tell you, we are converting the volunteers. I know in Yamira we have so many of these volunteers, in thousands. And they are now, currently they operate through a scheme of volunteerism. They are not paid. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that the moment we convert them to workers, then they become employees of the county government. And you must put them on salary, because a person called a worker, if you go to the Employment Act, they have rights, they have privileges. They must belong to a trade union. They must agitate for their salaries, minimum wages, and all this. So you will have actually killed, in my view, if we convert these volunteers to workers, we would have killed a very, very good idea. And I know some of them, Madam Speaker, especially in my own county, some of these people are retired workers. There are people who have retired, but they don't want to stay idle at home. So they come out to render services to the people. And there are people who enjoy a lot of respect within the community. So the question that arises is, how are we going to convert these retired Kenyans to become workers within our employment system of our county? So that creates problems. So I think the first thing is for us to look for ways of removing the word workers from the bill. so that you ensure that they remain what they are, volunteers. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we know that there is a big problem of wage bill. A big problem. I don't know what is the position from where the majority leader comes from in the Pokot, but in my county, we have surpassed the ceiling, by far. So if we convert these volunteers into workers and we put them on the payroll, I can assure you, like my county of Nyamira, I'll require 1 billion. 1 billion to pay these workers. And the moment they are workers, as I've said, there are lawyers waiting. The counties will be taken to court, they will be sued, they'll be told, you have employed people here, you have new cadre of workers in the county, you are not paying the minimum wages, you have not allowed them to join trade unions, and that will create a major problem. In fact, it will be a more messy affair than what we have currently. So let's also be careful that we don't overburden counties. Madam Speaker, in my county, the request from the, Department of Health, CC of Health requires about 211 million to be able to supply, adequate supply of medicine to hospitals. But we are only able to give him 26 million. So if we again take a lot of money from the budget, health budget, we'll be doing a big disservice to our counties. And then finally, Madam Speaker, we have an existing structure within our counties where the person that is the boss on matters dealing with health is CEC Health. So if you create, another office of director of community workers, you have totally changed the structure, the existing structure within the counties. And I think that will create problems within the county, because there will be somebody who will come in, get a new title, and then get an higher position than the existing positions within the county, and then report direct to the CC. So I think, Madam Speaker, if we are able to address some of these concerns, this is a fantastic bill. I'm happy to note that the majority leader here was raised by a community worker, and therefore these are people that we need to recognize and really appreciate them for the very good work that they are doing within the counties. But we must do this in a manner that we don't kill this bill once it goes to the National Assembly, and we don't create a financial burden for our counties. So with those, okay. Then another issue, Madam Speaker, because when you create an office of a worker, as you know, the national values under our constitution, these are positions that you must recruit competitively. There is no way, Madam Speaker, you can call people workers within the county and then you don't give equal opportunity to people to apply. Because the qualification for you to be a community health worker, you need some minimum academic qualification. So the moment you call these people workers, we must advertise those positions and give equal opportunity to anybody within the community who feels that they are qualified to apply for those positions, be interviewed, and then be recruited into those positions. If we don't do that, we will face problems. Remember Article 27 of our Constitution says you cannot discriminate. You cannot discriminate.
Order, Senators. Senator Omogeni, you'll have a balance of 11 minutes when this matter comes next. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to interrupt the business of the Senate. The House therefore stands adjourned until Tuesday, 6th October 2020 at 2:30 p.m.